Good afternoon and welcome to the 2021 RCCA Research Fortnight, our first ever virtual research event as part of the 2021 UST Research Week. This research event also signals the launch of the Dirkurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo, RCCA's effort to bring our research closer to the different faculties and colleges of the university. I am Felipe Salvosa of the Journalism Program and an RCCA researcher serving as your Master of Ceremonies this afternoon. We are now live on YouTube for registered participants and the Facebook pages of the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and the Humanities and the UST Department of History. May I invite our viewers to join our Lord in His presence. The opening prayer will be led by Ms. Kim Banyadera, RCCA staff member. It will be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Let us prepare ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to celebrate our research fortnight. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand and ask that you would enlighten our minds and with spirit of joy and enthusiasm as we go through this event as one research center. As we gather today, we pray that you would fill our hearts, our minds, and our souls with your glory. This we ask as we pray, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. Do not bring us to the test and deliver us from evil. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Before we begin, I would like to orient everyone on the webinar guidelines. We are going to have three panels today featuring our researchers in the philosophy, history, and literature research interest groups, after which we will have the main lecture to be delivered by a distinguished guest. First, all students and faculty members are encouraged to participate in the discussion by asking relevant questions to the presenters. Second, we will have a 15-minute open forum at the end of each panel. We request that the questions submitted be written in a respectful and courteous manner. Third, take note that there will be a transition between panels lasting 5 minutes each. Make sure that you don't miss the next session. Finally, please don't forget to accomplish the evaluation form to get an e-certificate after the event. The link to the evaluation form will be emailed to all registered participants. Now, to welcome us to this event, may I now call on National Academician, Professor Maribel G. Nonato, PhD, the UST Vice Rector for Research and Innovation for her opening remarks.
To our distinguished guest, Dr. David Irving of the Catalan Institution for Research and Advanced Studies, administrative and academic officials, Professor Maria Alexandra Chua, the Director of the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and the Humanities, faculty researchers, faculty and students, good afternoon. First, I wish to congratulate Dr. Chua for spearheading the preparation of this afternoon's first Diskurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo as part of the Research Week 2021. The unexpected global pandemic prompted us to cancel last year's research fortnight. For a year, our activities were limited, but I believe that we owe it to the university to demonstrate the continued commitment of the faculty to research, such that even at the present challenging times, we choose to organize this Research 2021. The conduct of research during this pandemic faced many hurdles. It is during this time that our obligations towards our university, funding agencies, other researchers, and the public were tried. We struggled on how we can proceed to complete our researches in the situation where we are in. The Tomasian spirit in us surfaced out to pursue completion of our researches. However, not all were completed. Others required extensions. The pandemic definitely slowed down the progress of research. We commend the researchers for despite the pandemic, they continued to secure external grants, write publications, and repurpose the researchers to be part of the solutions in addressing the pandemic. I'm happy to report that more than 50% of the proposals receive external grants. This week, we captured the attention of the university to research. Research will be heard again across this pandemic. I congratulate the Arts and the Humanities Research Cluster for gathering the faculty researchers from philosophy, history, and literature to be part of the first Diskurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo. I am certain that the researchers will engage the participants into active dialogue and analytical discussion on aspects and issues in cultural and artistic studies. The faculty and students who are with us today in this webinar are advantaged to listen to all the presentations that includes our guest speaker from Spain. I hope that this webinar will yield new ideas, approaches, and aspects in the arts and the humanities that will advance research and innovation in the new normal. I wish you all a pleasant afternoon. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Dr. Nonato. To formally launch the Diskurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo, Filosofia, Historia, Literatura project, here is the Director of the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and the Humanities, Associate Professor Maria Alexandra I. Chua, PhD.
Good afternoon. Despite the challenges we are facing in these unfortunate times of the pandemic, we continually find ways to foster academic interaction, exchange, and collaboration. Hence, in celebration of UST Research Week 2021, with the theme Advancing Research and Innovation in the New Normal, the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities is happy to present the first Dirkurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo. This activity was conceptualized to promote researchers of the center to their respective colleges, with hopes of encouraging students and faculty members to engage in an active dialogue and critical discussion with regards to aspects and issues in humanistic, cultural, and artistic studies. The RCCA, as the center is usually referred to, is home to more than 50 faculty researchers coming from the different academic units of the university, formed as part of a Research Interest Group, or RIG. At present, the center has 8 RIGs, namely Architecture, Communication and Media, Economics, Fine Arts and Design, History, Literary and Cultural Studies, Musicology, and Philosophy. For the past 24 years, the center, as a nexus of research in the humanistic field in UST, has contributed significantly in Philippine knowledge production. The multidisciplinary setup of the center provides an avenue for university scholars to come together, first to address fundamental issues and challenges in human history, culture, and identity. Second, to reflect on the basis of knowledge and truth. And lastly, to promote the values of intellectual curiosity, creative innovation, and critical thinking. In this light, not only the generation of knowledge is at the core of the center's mission, but also the very transmission of knowledge to the next generation of research scholars. The Dirkurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo is grounded on the idea of sharing produced knowledge emanating from the center to the university community, particularly our fellow faculty members and students. For this afternoon, 3 of RCCA's research interest groups, namely Philosophy, History, and Literary and Cultural Studies, will share and present their research findings. For the philosophy panel, Dr. Franz Cortez investigates the phenomenon which he identifies as kulturang sci-hub. Here, he critiques the domination and control of big corporate companies in the access of published academic knowledge. Dr. Robert Montagna, on the other hand, proposes the need to look into moral philosophy as basis for the establishment of new frontiers in human rights in relation to government policies implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic. While Dr. Rochi Avelino Matienzo looks into the notion of animal ethics and how this equates to the experience of love as basis for human ethical truth. For the history panel, the first paper looks into the historical dynamics in Philippine presidential elections in their paper entitled Miyong to Digong, to be presented by Dr. Archie Resos and Assistant Professor Emmanuel Jeric Albera. Dr. Augusto de Viana, on the other hand, presents his study in relation to placemaking in the rapidly rising urban community in Santa Rosa, Laguna. Dr. Janet Atutubo, utilizing oral history, investigates the Filipino soldiers that were deployed to the Korean War. The last panel on literary and cultural studies will have Dr. Luciana Orquiola problematizing the interface of religion and social media in the Filipino popular devotion Translacion, and presents the idea of networked religion. Lastly, Dr. Jorge Mojaro investigates the early Dominican chroniclers in the Philippines and analyzes their works based on its external history and the interesting and engaging rhetoric of these accounts. The topics either are diverse and varied, but all speak of aspects, issues of Filipino social and cultural experience. Understanding more ourselves and our society is rooted in our deep engagement in humanistic research. This produces knowledge in culture and the arts, such as narratives of our past, critiques of social realities, and accounts of cultural phenomenon, is where we find shared meaning that forms the basis of our identity as a nation. I thank each and everyone for the support as we continue to develop a more vibrant research culture in our dear University of Santo Tomas. Maraming salamat po.
We now proceed to our first panel, the philosophy panel. May I now introduce the moderator, Associate Professor Ian Raymond B. Paking, PhD, Faculty Researcher of the Philosophy Research Interest Group. Dr. Paking.
Thank you, Professor Salvosa. Good afternoon, fellow researchers and faculty members and students of the University of Santo Tomas. I am Ian Paking, your moderator for the philosophy panel. Before our speakers will present their piece, allow me to introduce them first. First, we have Professor Robert Montagna, who is a faculty member of the Department of Philosophy at the University of Santo Tomas. He is also currently a research associate at the Research Center on Culture, Arts, and the Humanities. He also teaches Thomistic philosophy at the graduate school. His research works center mainly on St. Thomas, Alan Gayworth, ethics, and human rights. Our second speaker is Professor Franz Cortez, who teaches philosophy subjects in the undergraduate and graduate levels of the university. He is a faculty researcher of the UST Research Center for Culture, Arts, and the Humanities. His research publications cover the philosophy of Paulo Freire, ethics, and business ethics. He is author of the book, Business Ethics and Social Responsibility, a textbook for senior high school students in the Philippines. He has articles published as well in the Philippine Daily Inquirer and Rappler. He is also a translator affiliated with the UST Centro sa Salin at Araling Salin. Our third and last speaker is Assistant Professor Rochi Machenzo, an assistant professor of the Department of Philosophy, teaching both at the undergraduate and graduate levels of the university. He is also the e-learning specialist of the UST Graduate School. He is a research associate at the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and the Humanities, with interest in the ethics of non-human animals, Filipino culture, and social issues. And of course, in the philosophy of Soren Kierkegaard. May I now call on Professor Montagna to deliver, or may I now call on our three speakers who are going to deliver their papers. First, we have Professor Montagna, whose paper is entitled Applying Alan Gayworth's Principle of Generic Consistency to Global Policies on Human Rights in a Post-Pandemic World. He is to be followed by Professor Cortez, whose paper is entitled Padanahimik, Pagsusuri, Pagtutol, at Pag-asa, isang pagdalumat sa kulturang sayhab. And lastly, our third speaker, Assistant Professor Machenzo, will talk on etika ng kahayupan bilang isang epistemolohiyang pagninilay. So without further ado, I am now going to transfer the virtual floor to Professor Montagna. Sir Bob?
Good afternoon po. I'll just share my PowerPoint. Okay, so the topic of my research for this year is entitled Applying Alan Gayworth's Principle of Generic Consistency to Global Policies on Human Rights in a Post-Pandemic World. If we would, if we have observed based on the news that we have gathered uh, during the past year, it's quite obvious that there are a lot of people or authorities who are basically confused, no, as to how to manage uh, the violations that have uh, been noted by a lot of barangays, and I think that with the continuation of this pandemic, I believe that a study and a moral basis in order is needed in order to establish some form of stability and consistency in applying policies, no? Even not even in a post-pandemic world, but even in the continuation of our pandemic situation. Okay. Now, Alan Gewerth asks or establishes three questions that forms as the basis for morality. The first question is what we call the authoritative question: why should one be moral? Uh, as agents find themselves faced with decision as regards moral interest, which conflict against theirs. So that is the fundamental question of ethics. No, why should one be moral? The other question is distributive. Uh, the question would be whose interest should it be, what and what are supposed to be criteria by which this can be selected. This one falls under distributive justice, for instance. And finally, the third question would be substantive. And the question is which interests ought to be given priority based upon its importance and the value placed upon it. So, in order to give a holistic moral scenario of a certain situation, we have to ask and answer these three questions according to Alan Dewar. And in answering these questions, certain characteristics must accompany these answers. No, first of all, it should not beg the question, or in other words, we should avoid circularity in answering this question. Circularity in the sense that the conclusion is just a repetition of the premises. Second, it must be determinate. Uh, in other words, if we establish a principle, uh, you cannot source from that principle two courses of action which contradict each other or which are contrary to each other. And third is that it should be conclusive or that it cannot be rationally challenged. In Gewerthian philosophy, the principle of generic consistency is uh, based primarily on consistency. Now, the main objective of morality is to establish right and wrong when it comes to action. I think not only in Gewerthian philosophy, also in all other moral philosophies, the central aspect of morality falls into action, and it is through action that we begin to educe what is right and wrong. Now, the tracing of necessities of moral rightness is basically the establishment of a kind of a jump, no, from is to ought. So we have a certain scenario here, and we have to ask the the basis of the ought statement that follows after it. For example, I would look at a a scenario where children are trying to hurt or burn a cat. So I would establish now a statement in my mind that these children should not hurt or burn the cat. But the big question in morality is what is now the basis for me to say that we should not hurt the cat? The ought statement that emanates from the is a very problematic aspect of morality. Why should I not do this? Some people some philosophers have established that it is only emotion that has that can serve as the basis for this ought statement. But for Alan Gewirth, it is consistency that will be the basis or ultimately be the basis of the ought statement. Now, Alan Gewirth tries to break down, the 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 notion of action into two features. It is he calls it generic features because action uh, can be perceived as an act which is both voluntary and purposive. So these are generic features. In other words, any person who engages himself in action would eventually possess or have these generic features of voluntariness and purposiveness. Now, this kind of teaching is quite normal because even in Thomistic philosophy, for instance, when we say determinants of action, it is knowledge, freedom, and volition. Uh, so the notion of voluntariness and purposiveness is a universally accepted understanding of the features of action. But Alan Gewirth is going to continue and try to establish entailments emanating from voluntariness and purposiveness. Okay, so Alan Gewirth is very adamant with entailments. If you accept a certain concept A, for instance, and A entails B, C, and D. For instance, I want to enroll and acquire a degree in philosophy in UST, for instance. There are certain entailments that emanate from it. Like you have to pay the tuition fee, you have to attend your classes, you have to write a thesis in order to uh, finish your requirements, etc. So for Alan Gewirth, the acceptance of A, which entails B, C, and D, means that a rational person ought to accept B, C, and D if he accepts A. So if you say, I want a philo degree, but you did not enroll, or you do not attend your classes, or you did not write your thesis, then you are an inconsistent person according to Alan Gewirth. Now, why is he saying this? Alan Gewirth is trying to tell us that if we look at action and its generic features of purposiveness and voluntariness, then we will be able to derive through entailments a supreme moral principle, which he calls the principle of generic consistency. Okay. Now, the method is dialectical. No? He entails certain things and makes a conclusion out of it. Okay. Now, in order to begin with these entailments, he places action and its generic features into a single statement. Okay? Now, the statement at the end of his analysis is this: I do X for purpose E, which means that this statement entails or contains action and its generic features. When you say I do, it means there is action and there is freedom or voluntariness for purpose E. Then we find here purposiveness. Okay. Now, these are the three entailments of action. First is the recognition of the goodness and purposes or ends of this statement. I do X for purpose E. Because once we are engaged in action, and anybody who is engaged in action must recognize the goodness and of his purposes, else he would not even begin to engage in any kind of action. Now, second, he accepts this. No, he jumps from an evaluative judgment, saying that these are important, to a deontic judgment, one that creates a duty, and then he makes a right claim to freedom and well-being, to purposiveness and voluntariness. Now, the argument, no, he gave a lot of argument, which establishes this jump, no, from the evaluative to the deontic, and it will appear in my paper once I publish it. And then third, this one, he now establishes and applies the principle of universalizability to this claim. So at this point, I engage in action. I consider my freedom and well-being as important to me. Then I make a right claim to freedom and well-being, and this form what Gilbert calls the generic rights. And then I begin to universalize this kind of right claim. So the right claim emanates from the agent himself as a natural consequence of me engaging into action. So in engaging myself, no, into something, I deem it important, I make a right claim to it, and that is now the beginning of what he calls the generic rights. And once we universalize it, then we begin to establish a rather vague picture yet of what he calls the principle of generic consistency. Okay, the logical principle of universalizability is then applied to this right claim. The principle is formulated in this way. If a person S has a certain right stemming from a justificatory quality Q, for instance, then any other person who possesses this quality has the same right. So if an AB student, for instance, has the right to enter the AB premises or AB building, and the act of entering the AB building is a justificatory basis for this right, then all those who are in the same situation, like AB students, they should, all of them should have the same rights. In there is also what we call the principle of equity. No, all those who are similarly situated must be treated similarly, and the Supreme Court has utilized this principle in a lot of their decisions. So once we apply this, this now becomes the what the word calls the principle of generic consistency. And he tells us that in order to follow the PGC, we should act in accord with the generic rights of our recipients as well as of ourselves. So if we want to be consistent, no, we should be aware that everybody considers their own action, freedom and well-being as important. Second, we should be aware that they are making a right claim, and a valid right claim creates a correlative duty on my part to either uh, fulfill or at least not to interfere uh, in their freedom and well-being. And third, I should apply it to everybody. And this is what he calls the principle of generic consistency. Now, there are direct applications of the PGC. I will just mention one here since I have only 5 minutes. The duty to rescue, for instance, or the duty to avoid hurting another person. For example, Hitler wants to kill the Jew. So he makes a right claim for a well-being that is what Gilbert calls additive. He wants to improve his race. He wants to improve his blood or whatever he thinks that needs improvement. So he wants to kill the Jew. But the Jew also makes a right claim for his life. So when Hitler creates this kind of scenario, it produces a duty on the part of the Jew to respect Hitler. But the PGC also requires Hitler to respect the right claims of the Jew. And since the Jew is making a right claim as regards to a basic good, which is his life, then the PGC will not allow Hitler to kill the Jew. Because if both of them will respect the right claims, then uh, the PGC will actually hinder Hitler from and stop him from killing the Jew. Okay. Now, this has certain repercussions. No? Since I only have 3 minutes, I will let go of this discussing the indirect applications. But you know, when it comes to the application of the PGC, for instance, the only way by which a certain authority, for instance, would do something that is harmful to another is when there is a proportionate danger that this person would attempt to what they call this create no in a certain scenario if he poses a real danger, like for example no, when we have a policy on maximum tolerance, it's actually vague. No? When we say maximum tolerance, you are going to ask the authority or the policeman or the soldier to establish restraint as regards to arresting or whatever he should be engaged into. And the basis of this restraint is tolerance. And it's very subjective. What do you mean by tolerance? No, a lot of policemen would say, binastos niya ako binastos niya yung uniforme ko So, the tolerance, quote unquote, policy is very dangerous because once the policeman establishes that, okay, this is the end of my tolerance, then he would engage in whatever restrictive action he wants to do. However, if our authorities are governed by the PGC and governed by these indirect applications, no, the social rules, optional, procedural, static, instrumental, then we would be able to establish a restraint. And the restraint would be this. He makes a right claim, and I am obliged to respect all his right claims, to including his basic rights, including his additive rights, the right to develop himself. And the only way by which I could stop myself or engage in an action that would give harm is whenever there is a danger that he actually would inflict both on me and to society. So the tolerance level would definitely be different, no? Not only based on the tolerance level of the subjective person. And uh, holistically, no, this I'm already in my 20 minutes, no. Holistically, this will give this would serve, no, the PGC would serve as a better basis for policy. And I would be writing everything uh, to and giving a fair analysis of the applications of the PGC uh, in my upcoming paper based on my study for this year. Thank you very much. So I think the next speaker would be Dr. Franz Cortez, and I would be giving the floor to him. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Salamat, Dr. Bobby Montanya. So magsisimula na po ako sapagkat ang ibinigay lang sa amin ay 20 minuto. Salamat din po kay Dr. Sandy Chua sa pag-organize po ng event na ito. Nagkaroon po kami ng pagkakataon na ipahayag sa mas maraming tao, hindi lamang sa UST, malamang sa ngayon ay sa buong Pilipinas at malamang sa buong mundo na rin dahil sa ating virtual world. Ang pagkakataon pong ito na ipakita ang aming ginagawang mga pananaliksik. So ang pamagat po ng aking pananaliksik sa kasalukuyan ay ito po, nasabi na po kanina ng ating moderator, pananahimik, pagsusuri, pagtutol at pag-asa. Isang pagdalumat sa kulturang sayhab. So simulan ko na po agad. Pangkaraniwang hihilig sa sangay ng pilosopiyang moral ang pilosopikong pagtingin sa practice ng sayhab. Mamaya po bibigyan ko kayo ng konting background kung ano po itong sayhab. Bakit nakahilig sa pilosopiyang moral? Kasi ang mga itinatanong po dito, tama o mali ba ang pamimirata ng mga pananaliksik na nilikha ng mga scholar at binakuran ng mga higanteng manlilimbag? Tama o mali sa larangan ng etika po o sa level ng moralidad. Kasi marami pong pakahulugan ng tama at mali, pero ang pinag-uusapan po natin dito sa tama at mali ay sa level ng moralidad. Tama o mali bang gamitin ng mga mananaliksik ang sayhab? Halimbawa, kami po o tayo po na mga mananaliksik, tama po ba na o mali na gamitin natin ang sayhab? Tama o mali bang itaguyod ang paggamit nito at ipamahagi ang link nito? Halimbawa, sinabi po natin sa estudyante na gamitin nyo ang sayhab. Tama po ba ito? O kaya ipamahagi natin ang link nito. Upang sagutin ang mga katanungang ito, pangkaraniwan pong gagamitin kung nasa etika po tayo, gagamitin ang mga higanteng teorya tulad ng etika ng utilitarianismo, ng iba't ibang forma ng deontolohikong at iba't ibang forma ng deontolohikong etika. Marami pa pong mga pwedeng gamitin mga teorya, pero masasabi po natin na ito ang dalawang higanteng teorya na kalimitang ginagamit sa pagpapaliwanag ng iba't ibang mga practice natin. Ipinapalagay ko naman na sa paggamit ng mga lenteng ito, itong mga lente po ng deontolohiya at saka ng utilitarianismo, hindi malulutas ang usapin ng pagiging tama o mali ng nasabing practice. Ito pong practice na ginagawa ng sayhab. Ibig sabihin, maaaring gamitin ng magkasalungat na kampo ang mga teoryang ito upang depensahan ang kanilang posisyon. Kung nasa panig ka man ng sasabihin mong mali ang practice na to, pwede mong gamitin ang utilitarianismo. Kung nasa kabilang panig ka naman nagsasabing tama ito, pwede mo rin gamitin ang utilitarianismo. Kaya nga ang sinasabi ko po, ang naisip ko, hindi na ako makikisawsaw sa mga talakayang nakabatay sa filosofiyang moral. Ngunit patuloy kong isinasaalang-alang ang aspektong etikal ng nasabing fenomeno. Sa pagpasok sa diskurso ng etika na hindi nangangahulugan ng pagpasok sa mundo ng filosofiyang moral, sinusundan ko ang pananaw ni Raymond Joyce sa kanyang aklat na Outside Ethics. Nang sinabi niyang, hindi lang tumutukoy ang etika sa mga panuntunan ng tamang pagkilos at pagtrato sa kapwa. So ito po ang kalimitang pakahulugan sa etika, na ito ay tungkol sa mga panuntunan. Ngunit sabi ni Raymond Joyce, ganun din, tungkol ito sa buong paraan ng pagtingin sa daigdig at pag-iisip tungkol dito. Gumawa po si Alasdair MacIntyre ng isang book review tungkol po sa aklat na Outside Ethics. At inuunawa ni Alasdair MacIntyre ang etikang ito sa labas ng etika, so ethics outside of ethics, bilang pangangailangan ng seryosong pagsasaalang-alang ng mga alternatibong paraan ng pag-iisip tungkol sa praktikal na buhay. Sa aking palagay, kahawig ito ng ganitong daloy ng pag-unawa, nilikha ni Paulo Bolaños, isa po nating kasama sa Department of Philosophy, ang konsepto ng etika ng pag-iisip na tumutukoy sa isang etikang sumusuri sa inklinasyon ng rasyonalidad ng tao na dominahin, kontrolin, at kasangkapanin ang daigdig ng tao at ng iba pang nilalang. Ipinapalagay ko na sinusundan ko rin ang ganitong pag-unawa sa etika kung susuriin ko ang kulturang sayhab, hindi gamit ang mga higanteng teorya ng filosofiyang moral, kundi gamit ang mga pananaw na umuugat sa Brazilianong philosopher na si Paulo Freire sa tradisyon ng pedagohiyang kritikal at teoryang kritikal. Ipapanukala ko na ang kulturang sayhab ay isang kulturang umuusbong sa gitna, sa loob, sa labas, sa gilid ng hegemonya ng kultura ng pananahimik. Isa itong kontra-hegemonya na mailalarawan gamit ang lengguwahe ng pagsusuri, kultura ng pagtutol, at lengguwahe ng pag-asa. Kaya nga po, napili kong pamagat ng aking pananaliksik ay ito, pananahimik, pagsusuri, pagtutol, at pag-asa. Isang pagdalumat sa kulturang sayhab. So ano po itong sayhab? Halos siguro lahat tayo ay alam na natin ito. Maliban na lang kung ikaw ay tumira sa loob ng kuweba ng matagal na panahon o kaya ay naipit ka sa ilalim ng bato, baka hindi mo narinig kung ano itong sayhab. Pero malamang sa hindi, halos lahat tayo ay alam natin ito. Ito po ay isang pirate website na nagbibigay daan sa kahit sino na libreng mag-access at mag-download ng milyon-milyong akademikong pananaliksik. Ang nagtatagpo nito, ito pong nasa larawan na nakikita nyo ngayon, ay isang Kazakhstaning computer programmer na si Alexandra L. Bakyan. Itinatagpo niya ito noong 2011. Ano po ang hangarin? So hinahangad po ng sayhab na mawala ang mga paywall ng mga akademikong pananaliksik upang maging universal at malaya ang pagdaloy ng kaalaman. Sabi nga po ng slogan ng sayhab, to remove all barriers in the way of science. So masasabi po natin na itinataguyod ng sayhab at ni Alexandra L. Bakyan ang tinatawag nating demokratisasyon ng kaalaman o democratization of knowledge. Hindi naman po ganun kadali itong programa o itong gawain na ito ng sayhab. Sigurado pong may resback ang mga higanteng korporasyon. Hindi nakabibiglang kinasuhan si El Bakyan ng mga korporasyon, partikular na ng Elsevier at Springer Nature. Mas lalong hindi nakabibigla na noong 2017, natalo siya sa isang hukuman sa Estados Unidos at pinagmumulta sa Elsevier, ang pinakamalaking manlilimbag ng mga akademikong pananaliksik, nang humigit kumulang sa 780 milyong piso pag i-convert po sa ating pera. Noong 2018 naman, nagpasya ang isang korte sa Moscow na i-block sa buong Russia ang sayhab. Samantalang isang korte sa Virginia ang nag-utos sa lahat ng mga internet service provider at search engine na i-block din ang sayhab. Idagdag pa na humigit kumulang sa 250 milyong piso ang kailangang ibigay ni El Bakyan sa ACS o American Chemical Society bilang bayad pinsala. Ngayon, si El Bakyan ay nagtatago upang hindi mahuli ng mga otoridad. Kultura ng pananahimik. Nilikha ng Brazilianong philosopher na si Paulo Freire ang katagang kultura ng pananahimik. Naobserbahan niya ito sa mga magsasaka ng mga latifundia sa Brazil na tahimik at pasibong sumusunod sa utos at kagustuhan ng kanilang mga amo. Ito po yung para mga hacienda sa ating bansa sa Pilipinas. No? Sa konteksto naman ng edukasyon, tumutukoy ang kulturang ito sa tahimik at pasibong pakikinig, kung nakikinig man, ng mag-aaral sa kanyang guro. Ang guro ang pitsel ng kaalaman, samantalang ang mag-aaral ay isang basong walang laman na kailangang salinan ng kaalamang nanggagaling sa guro. Katulad ng karanasan ng mga magsasaka sa loob ng latifundium o hacienda, tahimik at pasibong tinatanggap ng mag-aaral ang prosesong ito ng dominasyon at opresyon. Paano natin ito iugnay o paano ko nagawang iugnay ito sa fenomeno ng SciHub. Sa pangkalahatan, tahimik at pasibo ring tinatanggap ng daigdig ng edukasyon ang rehimeng ipinapalaganap ng mga higanteng korporasyon ng paglilimbag. Sa loob ng rehimeng ito, pinagtitibay ang legalidad at moralidad ng karapatan sa pag-aaring intelektual. Tahimik at pasibong tinatanggap ng maraming mananaliksik ang kanilang tadhana sa ngalan ng ISI publication, citation, tenure, promotion, at career. Tahimik at pasibong tinatanggap ng maraming mga universidad ang kanilang tadhana sa ngalan ng accreditation at university ranking. Itinuturing ng marami na ito na nga ang tama, mabuti, napapanahon, at di maiiwasang aspekto ng pag-unlad. Sabi nga nila, publish or perish, conform and perform. Iyon nga lang, maaaring isang malaking hakbang din ito tungo sa naturalisasyon ng injustisyang panlipunan. Kaya nga po dito sa bahaging ito, nakikita ko na meron ding kultura ng pananahimik. Siguro parang analogy ito, no? Kung merong inilalarawan si Paulo Freire na kultura ng pananahimik sa latifundium at sa loob ng paaralan, sa loob ng silid-aralan, dito meron din nangyayari sa level ng pananaliksik sa industriya ng paglilimbag at sa ating partisipasyon dito bilang mga mananaliksik. Ikalawa, lengguwahe ng pagsusuri. Sa liwanag ng mapagpalayang pedagogiya ni Freire, nilikha ng Kanadyanong si Henry Giroux ang katagang language of critique o lengguwahe ng pagsusuri upang tukuyin at ilarawan ang pangangailangan sa isang masinsinang pagsusuri at pagpuna ng iba't ibang mukha ng opresyon at dominasyon sa loob at labas ng paaralan. Hawig dito ang ginagawa ni Elbakyan. Sinusuri niya ang pangkasalukuyang rehimen na pinakikinabangan ng malalaking industriya ng paglilimbag. Sa kanyang pananaw, hindi ito patas at makatarungan. Bagamat kinakatigan ng batas, hindi ito pinapaboran ng etika. Bagamat nagwagi ito sa hukuman ng Kodigo Sibil, kinapos ito sa hukuman ng konsensya. Ang mananaliksik at pananaliksik ay libreng regalo para sa taong bayan. Hindi sila kalakal o paninda na kailangang lagyan ng kaakibat na presyo sa merkado. Sabi nga ni Suber. Nakita ko rin ang isang nakakaantig na statement mula kay sa isang philosopher, isang French philosopher na si Gilles Deleuze, no, sa kanyang aklat na Nietzsche and Philosophy. No, sabi niya, the point of critique is not justification, but a different way of feeling, another sensibility. Sa aking pagninilay sa pangungusap na ito, sinabi ko, binubuksan ni Elbakyan ang isang bagong espasyo sa kung ano pa ang maaaring sabihin, makita at pag-isipan. Kaiba sa kung ano ang kasalukuyang sinasabi, nakikita at iniisip. Hindi SciHub ang tunay na problema. Sintomas lang ito ng mas malaki pang problema ng lipunan. Ang patuloy na paglakas at pagtanggap sa isang lipunang nakabatay ang lahat ng transaksyon sa kapangyarihan ng numero at panukat. Tinatawag ng alemang sosyologista na si Stephen Mao na the metric society o isang lipunan ng scorecard, ranking, likes, stars, grades, accreditation, credit points. Inihahain ng SciHub ang sinasabi ni Deleuze na pagkakataon upang dumama naman ang iba namang panlasa. Ipinapaalala ng kulturang SciHub na ang mga ipinapalagay nating anyo ng pagsulong at pag-unlad, halimbawa, sumusulong daw tayo dahil may batas tayo ng copyright o kaya sumusulong tayo dahil sa organisasyon ng mga pananaliksik gamit ang teknolohiya, ay itong mga ganito na akala natin ay pagsulong at pag-unlad ay pagpapaigting pala ng dominasyon, pagpapalawig ng inhustisya at paghakbang palayo sa mas demokratikong lipunan. Kultura ng pagtutol. Ngunit hindi dapat tumigil sa gawain ng pagpuna, pagsusuri. Mula sa pagpuna, kailangang umusbong ang isang kultura ng pagtutol na walang sawang tumutuklas ng mga pamamaraan upang hamunin ang isang opresibong practice. Ipinapanukala ko na ang Sci-Hub ay isang malikhaing tugon, a creative response sa kultura ng pananahimik na mabisang ipinapalaganap ng rehimen ng pag-aaring intelektual, industriya ng paglilimbag, korporatisasyon ng paaralan at privatisasyon ng kaalaman. Ang paglikha ng Sci-Hub ay isang anyo ng pagtutol sa namamayaning rehimen na ginagawang malaking negosyo ang paghatid ng kaalaman na dapat ay libreng nakukuha ng publiko. Ang katotohanan nga, hindi naman talaga ito libreng nakukuha sapagkat pera ng taong bayan ang ginagamit upang makagawa ng kanilang mga pag-aaral ang maraming mananaliksik. Kaya kailangang bulabugin, disruption, ang tahimik na tubig ng industriya ng paglilimbag. Ito ang ginagawa ni Elbakyan at ng Sci-Hub. Ito ang natatanging paraan upang gimbalin at muling pag-isipin ang mga higanteng manlilimbag upang humanap ng iba't ibang paraan ng mahusay at makatarungang pagbibigay ng serbisyo sa mga mananaliksik at sa taong bayan. Lengguwahe ng pag-asa. Nilikha rin ni Henry Giroux ang katagang lengguwahe ng posibilidad o pag-asa na tumutukoy sa kakayahang hamunin at baguhin ang fenomenon ng dominasyon. Hindi maaaring tumunganga at ngumanga na lamang habang nagpapakasasa ang iilan sa mga di makatarungang kalakaran. Hindi damdamin o estado ng emosyon ang pag-asa. Meron itong aspektong politikal na nagtutulak upang gumawa ng mga konkretong hakbang at hindi malugmok sa kawalang pag-asa. Hindi kaisa-isang posibilidad ng buhay ang inihahain ng mga higanteng manlilimbag. Ipinapakita ng kulturang Sci-Hub ang pagkapit sa lengguwahe ng pag-asa na tumututol sa ideolohiya ng there is no alternative. Bagkus nagpipilit, kahit namimilipit sa paghahanap ng maliliit na puwang upang maghain ng mabibisang alternatibo sa pangkasalukuyang kaayusan o kawalan nito. Ang ganitong hakbang na tahasang humahamon sa pangkasalukuyang rehimen ay namumuwersa sa mga higanteng korporasyon na gumawa ng paraan upang baguhin ang kanilang pamamaraan at maghain ng mas patas at pantay na rehimen. Halimbawa, meron ako ditong ilang mga halimbawa na nakita. Binili na noong Abril 2018 ng Clarivate Analytics ang isang AI technology startup na Kolehiyo. Nakadisenyo ang Kolehiyo upang legal na pasukin ang milyon-milyong mga research paper. Ilan pa sa mga website ay ang Unpaywall, Open Access Button, Library Genesis at Citation Sci Archives. Mangyayari kaya ang mga ganitong pagkilos kung hindi merong katulad ni Elbakyan na radikal na hinahamon ang namamayaning rehimen? May mga lugar kung saan binablock ang Sci-Hub, pero laging may mga mungkahing unblocking instructions na madali ring makita at sundan. Iniutos naman ng hukuman na i-block ng mga internet service provider ang Sci-Hub. At syempre, may naghihintay na kaparusahan sa mga hindi susunod. Bilang sagot naman ng isang dismayadong ISP company sa Sweden, binlock din nila ang Elsevier. Hanggat hindi dumarating sa punto na magiging patas at makatarungan ang industriya ng paglilimbag ng mga akademikong pananaliksik, hindi mamamatay ang mga pagkilos na katulad na ginagawa ng Sci-Hub. Bagamat mamatay o magpakamatay ang nagsimula ng ideya, sapagkat literal na nagpakamatay ang siguro masasabi natin isa sa mga nagpasimula ng ideya ito, si Aaron Swartz. Pwede nating i-google na lamang ang kwento ni Aaron Swartz. Bagamat mamatay o magpakamatay ang nagsimula ng ideya, patuloy na nabubuhay at nagpupumiglas ang ideyang kanilang sinimulan. Ito ang lengguwahe ng pag-asa at posibilidad, the language of possibility. Meron laging alternatibo. Panghuling kaisipan, maliwanag at tuwirang paglabag sa batas ng copyright ang Sci-Hub. Hindi katulad ng ResearchGate o academia.edu na medyo media pa ang gawain. Hindi katulad ng mga sistemang open access na matamang sinusunod ang mga batas ng lipunan. Sa level ng legalidad o sa mata ng hukuman, walang dudang hindi katanggap-tanggap at mali ang ginagawa ni Elbakyan at ng Sci-Hub. Sasabihin din natin na makatarungan, makatwiran at makakarapatan ang copyright. Hindi natin ito itinatanggi. Kung lumikha ka ng isang awit, ayaw mo namang pinagkakakitaan ito ng iba nang walang pahintulot galing sa iyo. May karapatan ka sa bunga ng iyong paggawa, sabi nga ni John Locke sa kanyang pagninilay tungkol sa likas na kalagayan ng tao. Pero kakaiba rin naman itong practice ng mga higanteng manlilimbag ng akademikong papel. Isa itong modelo ng pagninegosyo na itinutulak ang ilang individual na mag-isip ng kakaiba. Mamirata, halimbawa. Kung babalikan ang kasaysayan ng akademikong paglilimbag, matutuklasan na hindi tubo ang motibasyon ng mga mananaliksik. Sa kasalukuyan, bihirang mananaliksik ang direktang naghahangad ng tubo mula sa kanilang papel. Isama mo ang katotohanan ito sa realidad ng internet bilang behikulo ng demokratisasyon at libreng pagpapalaganap ng kaalaman. Lalo nating makikita ang kakatuwang modelo ng pagninegosyo ng mga nasabing higanteng korporasyon. Binabasag ng Sci-Hub ang kultura ng pananahimik na epektibong naisasagawa ng rehimen ng korporatisasyon, ebanghelyo ng panukat, kapangyarihan ng numero at simbolyo ng arithmomania. Ang pagbasag ng pananahimik na ito ay ipinapakita sa pamamagitan ng lengguwahe ng pagsusuri, kultura ng pagtutol at lengguwahe ng pag-asa. Kaya nga, sa susunod na hinarangan ka ng paywall, isipin si Alexandra L. Bakhtian at ang Sci-Hub at umaasa tayo na darating nga ang panahon na ang paywall ng mga akademikong pananaliksik ay mga labi na lang ng kasaysayan. Kapag dumating ang panahong ito, baka nga ang Sci-Hub ay maging bakas na rin lang ng kasaysayan ng pagsusuri, pagtutol at pag-asa, na sa bandang huli, ang parating pinararatangang pirata ay siyang matitira pala. Bilang panghuli po ay babasahin ko ang isang bahagi ng awit ni Gary Granada. Ang pamagat po ng awit ay Eroplanong Papel. Sabi po niya sa awit, isang araw ay liliparin, isang araw ay bubuwagin ang matataas na pader ng aking eroplanong papel. Maraming salamat po. At tinatawag ko po ngayon ang ikatlong speaker para sa aming panel, si Dr. Rochi Matienzo. Salamat po ulit.
Ang hapon po. Naririnig po ako. Sige po. Akin na hong sisimulan since we have only 20 minutes. May I request po, Ma'am Kim? Yeah, thank you po. So, okay, so I'll script, mananatili po ako sa aking naisulat. Minsan po kasi napapahaba ang aking kwento, kaya uumpisahan ko na. Meron lang tayong 20 minuto. Ang etika ng kahayupan bilang isang epistemolohiyang pagninilay. Bilang panimula, ito ang aking layunin. Nais kong patunayan na sa akdang ito na ang etika ng kahayupan ay kaparaanan ng mga hayop upang umalam, kumilos, at mabuhay sa kanyang kapaligiran. Nahahati ang pag-aaral na ito sa tatlong bahagi. Etikang batayan ng moralidad, tungkulin, altruismo, at kalinga sa konteksto ng kahayupan. Pangatlo ay ang katalinuhang moral. Ilang paglilinaw. Ito ay ikalawang bahagi na ng aking saliksik patungkol sa kaparehong tema. Nauna ng nalathala ang baliktad, no? Ang epistemolohiya ng kahayupan bilang isang etikang pagdinilay sa URSP journal last year. Ginamit ko doon ang lohikang geometriko ni Leonardo Mercado upang basahin ang ilang popular na kaugaliang Pilipino na malapit sa etika ng kahayupan, ang pandama. Ang proyektong itong kasalukuyan, kailangan ko maging tapat sa inyo, ay hindi pa tapos. Ang susunod na aking lilinawin ay ang salitang etika sa kontekstong ito, no? Ang salitang etika sa saliksik na ito ay siyang nagmula sa wikang Griego na ethos o tuntunin o alituntunin, customs. Dito sa atin, higit na ginagamit ang salitang moral o moralidad upang tukuyin ang mga alituntuning ito. Ang pag-aaral na ito ay nabibilang sa meta-etikong paggalugad, Ito yung sangay ng etika na kung saan sumisentro ang sa etikong batayan. Bakit at paano nga ba masasabing mabuti ang isang mabuti? Ang salitang kahayupan ay aking sinadya upang bigyan ng panibagong anyo ang negatibong konotasyon nito. Kung ikaw ay tinawag na hayop, maaaring ikaw ay mahusay o magara sa nakatutuwang paggamit nito. Ngunit kung ito ay seryoso, ikaw ay iniuugnay sa kadustaan, kawalangyaan o sukdulang kasamaan. Ang aking metodolohiya ay pagninilay. Inaamin ko na ang tema ay bubut pa lamang sa pamimilosopiya sa bansa at lalong higit bihirang masaling sa ating pag-aaral at pagtuturo ng etika sa silid-aralan. Kung tutuusin, lubhang higit na marami ang pag-aaral ng mga siyentipiko sa larangan ng biology o neuroscience tulad ng matutunghayan natin sa Discovery Channel, sa National Geographic specials. No? By the way, madalas din itong matunghayan sa social media kung kahayupan din lamang ang pag-uusapan, ngunit sa mababaw at pangungutyang paraan. Batid ko na mahaba pa ang lakbayin ng pag-aaral na ito upang maging malalim at sapat ang mga konklusyon nito. Kung kaya't atin munang pagniglayan pansamantala sa kakapusan ng mga datos pilosopikal patungkol dito. Bagaman ang pilosopikong pagtanaw, by the way, Ms. Kim, can you share yung isa pang slide before that? Yan, gusto ko lang pong ipakita sa inyo na kahapon nag-Google ako ng kahayupan. You can try it now. Kahayupan sa Google at ito po yung mga lumalabas. Hindi po siya parte ng aking study. Sinisingit ko lang po. No? Nadyan, no? In 0.5 seconds, yan po yung mga lumabas na larawan. Hayaan nyo na ako magpatuloy. Bagaman ang pilosopikong pagtanaw sa mga hayop ay hindi na bago, tulad ng masusing pag-aaral ni na Aristoteles noong sinaunang panahon at René Descartes sa pag-aaral noong modernong panahon. Ngunit higit na tinanggap ng mga pantas ang siyentipikong paliwanag ni Charles Darwin. Halos higit isang siglo na ang nakakaraan. Sa mga nakalipas na dekada, binuhay ni Peter Singer at Richard Ryder ang pagkilala sa kahayupan gamit ang utilitarismo ni Jeremy Bentham. Tinawag nila itong speciesism, tulad ng racial discrimination, ngunit sa hanay ng uri ng mga hayop. At syempre, kung saan mas natatangi ang ating lahi. Maging sa bansa ay naisabatas noong taong 1998 ang RA 8485, ang Animal Welfare Act, at noong 2011 ang RA 100631 na nag-uutos sa makataong pagtrato sa mga hayop. Ang mga Kristiyanong scholar tulad ni Rod Priest at David Fraser ay kumikilala sa pantay na karapatang ito ng mga hayop sa pamamagitan ng pag-analisa sa salitang dominion sa aklat na Genesis. Kung susuriin, lahat sila ay nagkakaisa sa pagbibigay galang sa dignidad ng mga hayop bilang buhay na nilalang tulad din natin. Sa hapong ito, hayaan ninyong ihayag ko ang panibagong dahilan. Sa aking palagay, ang dahilan kung bakit marapat na ituring ang sangkahayupan bilang kapantay o higit pa sa sangkatauhan gamit ang etika at epistemolohiya. Sa tanyag na aklat ng biologist na si Edward Osborne Wilson na Sociobiology, the New Synthesis, hinati niya sa apat ang buhay sa mundo. Ang mga invertebrates, ang mga insekto, ang mga vertebrates, at panghuli ay ang mga tao. Sa dalawang panghuli, sumesentro ang gamit ng aking salitang kahayupan sa pag-aaral na ito. Batayang etikal. Halos nagkakaisa ang karamihan sa mga pilosopo kung ano ang batayan ng pagiging mabuti. Binanggit ni Immanuel Kant na ito ay tuntuning walang pasubali sapagkat ito ang isinasaad ng kaisipan saan man at kailanman. Sino ka man. No? Ang gawaing mabuti ay pangkalahatan at tumatangi sa kapwa bilang subheto at di isang instrumento. Ang tao ay mayroong kalayaan at otonomiyang pumili ng nararapat sa kanyang sarili. Kawangki ng tuntuning ito ni Immanuel Kant, si Emmanuel Levinas, na nagluluklok sa kapwa bilang pinakaunang karanasan ng pagiging individual. Patunay nito ang kanyang akdang Totality and Infinity, na kung saan ang sarili ay hindi sarili kung hindi ito lalabas ng sarili. Kuha niyo yan? The transcendence. No? Ang kanyang paglabas, ang kapwa ay una at huling mararanasan, matutuklasan at makakasalamuha. Sa makatwid, para kay Emmanuel Levinas, ang etika ay metaphisika, no? O teolohiya, ang unang filosofiya. Ganito rin ang buod ng aklat ni Joseph Fletcher ng Situation Ethics and Morality. Sa kanyang ikatlong prinsipyo, ang pag-ibig at katarungan ay iisa. Kanya itong idinitalya sa pang-apat na prinsipyo na nagsasabing dapat ituring ang kapwa bilang isang sarili, anumang uri, no? At walang pasubali. Dahil dito, ang isang taong mabuti ay di kailanman mag-iisip ng panlalamang o ikasasama ng kapwa sapagkat ito ay kanyang sarili o bahagi ng kanyang sarili sa ngalan ng pag-ibig, at tinawag ni Joseph Fletcher ito na agape. Ang tuntuning kaisipan, kalayaan, pagtatanggi sa kapwa at pag-ibig ay ilan lamang, ngunit isa sa mga pinakamahalagang etikong batayan ng pagiging isang mabuti. Mga paratang. Hango sa pamosong Bete Machine ni René Descartes, ang mga hayop ay di kailanman maaring maging moral sa kadahilan ng una, sila ay walang pag-iisip. Kung walang pag-iisip, walang kakanyahang maging malaya. Dahil dito sila ay di kayang magtimpi at magdesisyon ng para sa iba o maging sa sarili. Pangalawa, dahil sa kawalan ng otonomiya, sila ay walang kakanyahang magnilay, na kung saan ito ay rekisito upang masabing ang isa ay may konsensya. Nabanggit na ito ni Dr. Franz kanina. No? Ang konsensya ay ang personal na bagay sa paggawa ng mabuti ng isang tao sa lipunan. Pangatlo, ang kawalan ng pag-iisip, kalayaan at kakayahang magnilay ng mga hayop, wala rin silang posibilidad na magmahal. Ilang kaso. Ang kaso ni Victoria, isang matriarka ng isang kawan ng mga elepante sa Kenya, Africa, ay pinalibutan ng iba pang mga elepante ng halos 7 araw nung siya ay namatay, habang hinahaplos ang kanyang duguang muka matapos ang iligal na pagpatay at pagkuha ng kanyang mga pangil. Di na rin kaila sa atin ang kwento ni Kabang noong 2012 na kung saan nagparaya, no, nang siya'y magparaya upang masagip ang dalawang batang babae sa rumaragasang motorsiklo sa Zamboanga. Kinilala ang kanyang kabayanihan at nakarating pa si Kabang sa Estados Unidos upang magpagamot ng kanyang nawalang nguso dulot ng aksidente. Sa mga pag-aaral ng mga daga sa Brown University, natuklasan ang kakanyahang magkontrol ng sarili ng mga daga sa pagbubukas ng pinto, no, na may pagkain sa loob. Sapagkat sa bawat pagbukas nito, ang isa pang daga ay nakikita niya, no, na nakukuryente ang karamihan. Maraming tulad nito ang natala at mga hindi pa natala, no, sa kasaysayan, at lubos na maikli ang ating panahon upang isa-isahin ang mga ito. Katalinuhang moral bilang etikal na epistemolohiya. Ang paggamit ng epistemolohiya sa puntong ito ay tumutukoy sa paraan ng mga hayop upang makitungo sa kanyang kapaligiran. Sinadya ko ang malawak na definisyon upang hikayatin ang lahat sa higit na malawak na pagtanaw sa kaparaanan ng mga hayop. Sa paningin ng tao, ang katalinuhan ng isipan ay tanging atin Ito'y lubhang makitid sa aking palagay. Kung kaya't ganoon na lamang ang ating pandidiri. Kung ikaw ay mabansagang hayop, maging ang mga eksperto sa teolohiya o filosofiya ay nag-aalinlangang magpahayag sapagkat ito ay taliwas sa paniniwala ng karamihan na tayo ay nilikha na kawangis at larawan ng Diyos. Simula pa noong una, ang mga hayop ay patuloy na nagbabago bilang bahagi ng evolusyon. Winika ni Charles Darwin, the parental and filial affections included inevitably acquire a moral sense or conscience as soon as intellectual powers have become as well or nearly as well developed as in man. Ipinapaliwanag dito na ang ating kakanyahang makihalubilo at mag-isip ay hindi lamang angkin sa tao, ngunit sa mga hayop din noon pa mang una. Maaring wala pa nga tayo, no? Dito, paulit-ulit na sinasabi ni Darwin, ang katalinuhang moral is not a matter of difference but a matter of degree. Totoo nga naman at walang katumbas na salita sa siyensa ang katagang altruismo, kalayaan, konsensya, pag-ibig. Sa halip ito ay bunga lamang ng pisikal na reaksyon tulad ng phenylethylamine, norepinephrine, dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, o endorphins. Mga natural na kemikal na nagiging aktibo sa utak sa harap ng kapwa. Sa kabilang dako, maaari nga bang ito ang dahilan kung bakit nagiging mabuti ang isang tao? Sa ngayon, ito ay hindi pa ganap na malinaw sa aking saliksik. Ngunit kung isipatin ang paliwanag na ito ng sensya, ang mga altruistikong pagkilos ng mga hayop ay hindi taliwas sa katalinuhang moral na aking iminumungkahi. Ang epistemikong katangian ng mga tao at mga hayop ay hindi magkaiba, ngunit inuuri lamang ng bahagdan. Ito ang paliwanag kung bakit higit na malambing ang mga balyena o dolphin na nakikitungo sa kauri nila o maging sa ibang species kung ihahambing sa mga leon at tigre. Maling unawain na mas etikal ang mga nasa karagatan kaysa sa mga nasa ilang. Bagkus sila ay dapat unawain sa kani-kanyang kalinangan. Ang masaklap pa dito ay ang etikong batayan ng tao lamang ang tanging sukatan ng kabutihan sa lahat ng may buhay. Ito ang sinasabi ng primatologist na si Franz de Waal na tumutukoy sa katalinuhang moral ng mga hayop, partikular sa pamamagitan ng empatiya. Iginigiit yan na hindi eksklusibo ang empatiya sa tao lamang. Di malinaw na wika. Ito na po yung aking panghuli. Sinasabing mas progresibo ang kaisipan ng mga tao dahil sa kanyang frontal lobe na dahilan ng mga komplikadong paraan ng komunikasyon. Ito ang wika. Hindi ko nais isantabi ang paggamit ng wika sa pagtukoy ng katalinuhang moral ng mga hayop katulad ng mga kritisismo pinangahawakan ng anthropomorphismo. Bagkus ako ay nananawagang luwagan ang konsepto sa likod ng mga salitang tungkulin, altruismo, kalayaan, pag-ibig, at iba pang mga etikong batayan. No? Sa ganang atin, ito ay batayang etikal. Kung ito ay ginagawa ng mga hayop, ito ay instinct lamang. Ang katalinuhang moral ng elepante ay kakaiba sa katalinuhang moral ng daga o sa aso. Ngunit sa wika ng tao, lahat sila ay mga hayop. Minsay maamo, ngunit madalas ay mananakmal. Lubhang hindi malinaw ang wikang pantao kung ilalapat sa katalinuhang moral ng mga hayop. Kung pipiliting unawain ang katalinuhang moral ng kahayupan gamit ang makitid at mapaghusgang wika ng mga tao, ito ay pagbabaliwala na rin sa ating pagtuklas sa kalinangan ng mga hayop. Hindi maaaring sabihin na higit na mataas ang antas ng kalinangan ng mga tao, sapagkat ang mga hayop ay may kakaibang kakanyahan din na di kayang unawain at gawin ng mga tao. Pag-isipan natin. Kung lilimitahan ang etikang batayan sa wika ng pantao lamang, tila hindi ito aakma sa pagsusuri ng katalinuhang moral ng mga elepanteng nakikiramay sa kanilang miyembrong pumanaw. Maaari rin kaya na gamitin ang etika ng altruismo na tinutukoy ni Levinas sa pag-aanalisa ng mga dambuhalang ito sa Africa. Hindi ba uubra na ang kalayaan ng pag-iisip at otonomiya ng pagkilos ayon kay Kant ay siyang lenteng uusisa sa pagpigil ng isang daga ng kanyang pagnanasang kumain kung kapalit nito ay paghihirap ng kapwa-daga? Kung ang tunay na pag-ibig ay walang kondisyon ayon kay Fletcher, di kaya ang paghaharang ng sarili ng isang aso upang masagip ang dalawang bata sa tiyak na kapamahakan ay mainam na halimbawa ng tinatawag niyang agape love. Maaaring katawa-tawa ang ilang nabanggit, ngunit ito ang epistemolohiyang nais kong pagnilayan sa puntong ito. Ang katalinuhang moral na kikilala sa kakanyahan ng mga hayop sa kani-kanyang paraan at alituntunin. Ito ang lalansag sa makitid at di malinaw na wikang pantao na sapul-sapul pa lamang ay humuhusga na sa mga hayop bilang mababang uri ng nilalang. Ang kalabuan ng wika sa aking palagay ay lilinaw kung ipipihit lamang natin ang ating pananaw mula sa pahalang, horizontal, patungo sa isang patayo o vertical na perspektibo. Mula sa ibaba, patungo pataas. Sa palagay ko, dito higit na mauunawaan na ang lahat ng bagay ay magkakaugnay. At sa pamamagitan nito, mapapanatili ang malusog na pamumuhay ng kahayupan at sangkatauhan na kumakalinga sa bawat isa. Malaya, payapa, at makabuluhan. Mga katangian ng isang mabuting pamumuhay. The good life. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pakikinig. Sir Ipe, Doc Ian.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Rochi Machenso, for a wonderful presentation. And I thank all our speakers for their presenting their papers. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the audience, we are now opening the floor for your questions. Questions from the audience, please. Okay, just to keep on the discussion, I will be the first one to ask question, and I am really intrigued by the paper presented by Dr. Montagna. Sir, this is just a clarification, Dr. Montagna. Is the principle of generic consistency attributed to individuals only? What I mean is, can we also talk of a collective generic consistency or collective consistency?
Yes, meron. Actually, I did not, I ran out of time. Pero kung mapapansin mo doon sa last part ng presentation ko, meron ng 4 na social rules na pwedeng gamitin ng isang moralist, no, or moral philosophers gamit ang PGC. Yun yung tinatawag na procedural tsaka instrumental. Yung procedural, it emanates from freedom. And yung instrumental, it emanates from purposiveness. So, may mga combinations yan, no? Like for example, optional procedural, necessary procedural. Yung optional procedural, may freedom sumali yung mga tao, pero medyo weak to, no? Kasi like sa League of Nations, ginamit nila tong optional procedural eh. And ang nangyari, kung sino yung nadedehado, umaalis lang doon sa League of Nations. Kaya hindi na-prevent ng League of Nations yung World War II. Now, may binanggit naman si Gawert na necessary procedural. Ito yung kailangan mag-obey ka whether or not nag-accede ka. Pero ang issue nito, following the PGC, dapat merong procedure pa rin by which consent is established. Like for example, I may consent na lahat tayo magbo-vote at kung sino yung ibinoto, I will agree. So may method of consent pa rin. Pero yung once na natalo ka, susunod ka na. So yun ang tinatawag na necessary procedural. Now, may tinatawag naman na static instrumental. Ibig sabihin, ang habol nito, well-being ng everybody. Dito papasok yung pandemic scenario. Pero sa static kasi, meron ng assumption na equal yung scenario ng rights. Unlike do sa isa naman na dynamic instrumental, hinahabol natin yung goodness ng everybody, well-being ng everybody, pero dynamic siya. Ibig sabihin, change mo yung scenario ng inequality. Now, yung use ng PGC, for instance, sa pandemic scenario, ang una niyang gagawin, yung dynamic instrumental, isi-set niya yung inequality. Gagawa muna siya ng paraan by which nababalance yung inequality. Then, saka papasok yung instrumentality. So, yun yung gamit ng PGC kapag pumasok na sa social goods.
So yung PGC, sir, depends upon the situation also.
Oo, pero mas ang basis niya, hindi katulad ng ibang policies natin ngayon, very subjective eh. Yung tolerance na lang na word is walang basis eh. Kasi for example, mayabang yung nasa checkpoint, biglang ininsulto niya yung police, aarestuhin ka na kasi binabastos mo yung uniforme. Alam mo yan, yung very subjective yung basis ng tolerance. Hindi katulad ng kapag PGC ang controlling principle, kailangan ma-establish niya yung concept ng danger. Kailangan, kasi the only way na ihihinto mo yung pag-develop niya at saka yung rights niya, meron siyang sinisirang right ng iba. Let's say, right ko, right ng iba. Let's say, pinapatay niya ako, dun ko lang siya pwedeng patayin. Pero maghahanap mo siya dun.
Dr. Montanya? Naghang po ata si sir.
Naghang ako.
Okay.
Ayan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Montanya, for that answer. So, are there other questions coming from the audience? So while waiting for some questions from the audience, I just want also to ask this question directed to Dr. Machenzo. So the question is for Dr. Machenzo, ano kaya sa tingin mo, sir, bakit gumagawa ng kahayupan ng mga tao?
Bakit gumagawa ng kahayupan? Hindi lang naman actually sa konteksto ng term na kahayupan in a negative sense. Ang mga tao lang ang gumagawa ng kahayupan. Pati mga hayop din, gumagawa din ng kahayupan sa kapwa nila hayop, no? Kaya magandang usapin ito ng moralidad eh. Meron diyan, no? You can see a lot na isang pusa, no, na inaano yung muka, no, para makakain lang siya, no? Merong iba na the mere yung tinatawag nating camouflage, no? It's a natural phenomenon among animals na kung saan no naka-hide sila. 'Di ba? Ito ay usaping pandaraya, no? So to speak, no? 'Yon. Kaya sa palagay ko sa ganung konteksto ay lahat talaga no ay may tendency no na maging masama. And in the same way, ito ang gusto kong mas bigyan ng pansin. Meron din silang kakayahan upang maging mabuti. Yan, no? As regards kung bakit ang mga tao ay gumagawa ng, let's say, kawalangyaan, no? Malaking usapin, no? Mahabang usapin, and ito ang topic actually ng etika, no? Diyan napapasok yung freedom, no? Napapasok yung free will, instinct, and so on, no? So, pasensya na, hindi ko masagot ng diretso yung kung bakit ang mga tao ay gumagawa din ng kahayupan, except that everybody is actually, even non-human animals are capable of doing also immorality. Kinapos lang talaga sa oras kanina at hindi ko nabanggit yung puntong yon. Yan, no? So, para sa akin, ang mas mahusay na tanong ay paano maging mabuti at paano tingnan at matuklasan ang kabutihan na ginagawa nitong mga hayop na ito. Iyon palagay ko ang palagay ko mas interesting question.
Okay, Dr. Machenso, thank you very much. And I think there are now questions coming from the audience. Okay. Hindi ko makita ito eh. From Dr. Pusta, which is directed to, the question of Dr. Pusta is directed to Dr. Franz Cortez. What is your take on the issue of metrics in our KPI that is purely quantitative? This is for Dr. Cortez. So I'm going to repeat the question. What is your take on the issue of metrics in our KPI that is purely quantitative?
Okay, salamat Doc Gwen, salamat sa tanong. Ang narinig ko kay Dr. Packing ay the issue of Netflix. Kaya buti na lang inulit mo yung pala metrics. Tinitingnan ko nga dito ba't may Netflix? Metrics, what is the issue of metrics? So salamat do sa tanong sa totoo naman, hindi naman sa kanyang sa kanyang esensya, hindi naman talaga masama na magbilang. Okay? Walang masama sa pagbibilang. Ang sinasabi dito ay yung masyado nating pinapanginoon ang mga numero. Yung ang tawag ko nga ay hinanap ko meron palang salitang arithmomania. Arithmomania. So nakita ko na magandang gamitin itong salitang ito para ilarawan itong nangyayari. Yung tinatawag din na the metric society ni Stephen Mao. Tapos hawak ko dito ngayon si Jerry Muller, the tyranny of metrics. Pinapanginoon natin yung panukat, yung pagbibilang. So hindi masama ang key performance indicators, lalo na sa mga malalaking organisasyon tulad ng mga kumpanya, ng mga korporasyon. Araw-araw, linggo-linggo, buwan-buwan, kailangan mong makita ang performance ng mga empleyado. Kailangang bilangin sapagkat dito raw makikita ang tagumpay kung nararating natin ang mga hinihinging objectives. So mahalaga ang mga ito. So hindi natin sinasabing masama ang pagbibilang. Ang sinasabi natin ay hindi lahat ng mabuti binibilang. Lalo na sa mga paaralan. Kapag inilagay mo na ang konsepto ng korporatisasyon, sa loob ng mga institusyon katulad ng paaralan, magbabago ang anyo. Kailangan ay mag-adjust itong mga ginagamit natin yung mga salitang key performance indicators. May iba yan. Sapagkat hindi naman ang eskwelahan naman, ang paaralan naman ay hindi naman talaga isang korporasyon. Kaya kapag ginawa mo ito, if you corporatize it, talagang may mag-react. At saka meron talagang siguro sasablay tayo, sasablay at saka babaluktot ang ating mga ideals sa loob ng paaralan. So yun ang masasabi ko na pwedeng gamitin ang key performance indicators pero dahan-dahan lang. Huwag tayong ma-obsess, huwag tayong ma-fixate sa mga numero. Sapagkat itong aking pag-aaral na to, mismong ito nga phenomena ng SciHub. Ito ay bunga Sabi ko nga kanina, ito ay sintomas ng isang mas malaking problema. Sintomas ito. Kailangan mag-create ng SciHub kasi ginawang negosyo ang paglilimbag. Ginawang isang malaking negosyo ang paglilimbag. Bakit ginawang isang malaking negosyo ang paglilimbag? Sapagkat they are at the mercy. We are at the mercy of the corporations kasi kailangan natin ng ranking, kailangan natin ng accreditation. So kailangan ang ating mga professor ay nagpe-perform talaga. Kailangan makita may ISI, kailangan may mga citations. So kaya kayang-kayang gawin ng mga korporasyon na ikahon natin, lagyan natin ng bakod ang kaalaman sapagkat they are at the mercy of us. Dahil nga sa ganitong sistema, dahil nga nasa metric society tayo, dahil nga we are tyrannized by metrics, by numbers. So, yun lang po. Salamat po.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Franz Cortez. Another question coming from Dr. Albela. I think this question is directed to Dr. Machenzo. Ano po ang reaksyon natin sa realidad sa Paris, kung saan ay namuhay si Levinas ay mas marami pang alagang hayop, pets, kesa sa tao, na may tentasyong mas maging makatao pa dahil kinagigiliwan ang pets kesa sa mga gypsies sa paligid. Ano pong reaction nyo dito? Dr. Machenzo?
Salamat po. Yan. Reaction, no? Sa unang banda, ito ay isang positibong palagay ko, no? Isang positibong pangyayari, no? Patungkol dito nga sa aking iminumungkahi na pagpapahalaga sa mga hayop. In fact, Doc Flor, I remember there was even once a homily of Cardinal Tagle, no, who mentioned that mas mahalaga pa kayo, something like parang mas binibigyan nyo ng pagkakataon, no, binibigyan nyo ng pagkain and so on, no, ang mga hayop kesa sa mga taong nangangailangan. I think that's no, if you allow me to give some local analogy, no. Yeah, I think that's one of the repercussions, no? If there will be no something like a balance as regards this yung tinutukoy kong etikong batayan, no? Mga etikong batayan. Yan. Masasabi ko ay kung ating mauunawaan ang sinasabi ni Emmanuel Levinas, no? Maging si Kant, Joseph Fletcher, and the rest, no? Palagay ko hindi tayo aabot sa ganung punto na kung saan ay ginagawa naman natin this time ang injustice sa kapwa-tao in favor of, no, of the animals. Parang nabago, no, nabago yung paradigm. Ano ibig kong sabihin, no? Kung ituturing mo, Immanuel Kant is saying that on the second maxim, ano ba yun, no? Treat others as an end and not as a means. I don't think we will be led to that kind of scenario wherein mas mahalaga hindi ko sinasabing hindi mahalaga ang gypsies, no? It's just that kung ating pagdinilayan at luluwagan, no, ang mga konseptong ito, hindi tayo aabot, palagay ko, no, sa ganong pagkutya sa kapwa-tao man o sa mga hayop man. If we will be just focusing into the meaning, no, on those terms of ethical basis. Yan, sa aking palagay. Hindi rin naman tama na isantabi, no, ang karapatan ng mga hayop. Hindi rin naman tama na isantabi ang karapatan ng mga ng mga tao. I think if we will just be simply, no, in honest, in good faith, will focus onto this ethical basis, I don't think it will be like that. If I'm not, if you will allow me, my conjecture is that somewhere along the line there has been a misinterpretation, I guess, no, on coming up with the judgment which is which to prioritize. Thank you po, Doc Floor, for that substantial reaction.
Dr. Paking, may oras pa ba tayo?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
May oras pa.
We have, there is only one question because that the time is already 2:38, I think we still have 3 minutes. Do you want to comment, Dr. Cortez?
Oo, kasi may nababasa ako dito galing kay Chris Macaso. Sabi niya, huwag kalimutan na ang pangunahing adhikain ng mga higanteng manlilimbag ay ang kumita, sapagkat ito ang unang rason bakit sila nagsimulang magnegosyo. Totoo naman yan. Bakit ka papasok sa negosyo? Kalimitan ang iyong goal o ang iyong objective, ang iyong motive, ang iyong motibo ay para kumita ng pera. Sabi niya, nararapat din po sigurong silipin ang sistema ng mga institusyon. Bukod dito, tayo mismo mga mananaliksik ay may kakulangan. Bakit? Sapagkat madalas, sabi ni Chris, ang habol din natin ay sa mga higanting manlalathala na nagsusumite ng mga manuskrito. So ito nga yung pinupunto natin. Bakit? Kasi pwedeng pabalik ang ating pagtingin dito, Chris. Bakit doon tayo nagsasubmit? Bakit yun ang hinahabol natin? Sapagkat nasa loob nga tayo ng isang metric society. Dahil nga ang mga institusyon ay geared towards this. Na kapag hindi, ang bawat individual ay hindi gagawin ito, may iiwan ka. Pupulutin ka sa pansitan o kaya sa kangkungan. So, ibig sabihin, yung tinitingnan natin na pagkakamali, siguro akala natin pagkakamali ng individual dahil pinipili niya o kaya nagpipilit siyang doon magpasa, sapagkat nakapaloob siya sa isang sistema. Anong gagawin niya? Kailangan niya doon magpasa sapagkat nasa loob siya ng isang sistema na dapat doon magpasa. At yun, doon nakakakita ng isang malaking negosyo o mga katulad ng mga higanteng korporasyon. Dahil sila ang sumasagot sa ganito. So pag binakura natin, pwede natin pagkakitaan to kasi hindi natin kailangan bayaran ang mga author. Sila pa ang hahabol sa atin. Dahil kailangan nila tayo. Dahil mayroong accreditation. Kasi may ranking. Kasi may promotion. Kasi may citation. All these things. So nasa loob siya. Nasa loob siya ng isang mas malaking sistema. Kaya hindi naman natin sinasabing walang kasalanan ang bawat isa, ang bawat individual, pero kailangan pareho natin tingnan to. Merong tension sa pagitan ng individual at saka ng struktura mismo. So para saan ba nagtatrabaho yung struktura? At kahit naman yung sinasabi natin na tubo ang habol ng korporasyon para nung ginawa niya yon, tingnan mo naman, sobra-sobra naman. Hindi naman masama ang pagkuha ng tubo, pero sa ilang pag-aaral na ginawa, nakasite doon sa aking papel, ang profit margin ng mga manlilimbag na to, ng industriya ng mga paglilimbag, mas malaki pa sa profit margin ng Google o kaya ng Amazon.com. Isipin mo yun, malalaking kumpanya Amazon.com at saka Google, pero may mga taon, hindi ko matandaan kung ano mga taon yun. Mas malaki pa ang profit margin. Mas malaki pa ang profit margin ng So, ganun kalaki yung negosyo. Samantalang, ang nagsasuffer dito ay ang taong bayan, ang mamamayan, na dapat nakukuha niya ng libre itong mga pananaliksik.
Okay, thank you very much, Doc Franz. Well said po. Due to time constraints, ladies and gentlemen, probably I know that our three speakers here are more than willing enough to answer all of your questions. Siguro doon sa YouTube, pwede po kayong mag-discuss po doon sa lahat ng mga katanungan niyo po. It's already 2:40 and we are now on the last part of our session. This is the awarding of certificates to our three presenters. So may I just read the certificate? It says, University of Santo Tomas, Office of the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation, Research Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities. Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Professor Robert A. Montana, PhD. The same is true with Professor Franz Cortez, PhD, Assistant Professor Rochi Machenzo, PhD, for a valuable contribution in presenting their research at the Dirkurso, Saliksik sa Kolehiyo, Filosofia, Historia, Literatura, Research Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities, University of Santo Tomas, March 25, 2021. Signed, Associate Professor Maria Alexandria I. Chua, PhD, the Director of the Research Center. So thank you very much for these three speakers for your valuable papers you have presented this afternoon. Thank you. So may I now turn the floor to Professor Salvosa. Sir Salvosa?
Thank you, Doctors Paking, Montana, Cortez, and Machenzo. Thank you as well to the viewers who actively participated in the open forum. To our viewers, we will be back in 5 minutes for our next panel, the History Panel. We're back. After these philosophical discourses, let's proceed to a discussion on history studies. To moderate the history panel, may I call on the head of the Research Interest Group for History, Associate Professor Archie B. Resos, PhD. Dr. Resos?
Yes, good afternoon and thank you so much, Sir Ipe. Good afternoon to everyone, and I am Dr. Archie Resos, the chairperson of the UST Department of History and the head of the UST Research Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities, History RIG, which stands for History Research Interest Group. We are now in the second panel of the UST RCCA 2021 Research Fortnight, which is entitled Diskurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo, in line with the UST Research Week with the theme Advancing Research and Innovation in the New Normal. The UST History Research Interest Group will be delivering 3 research presentations for today's activities. The first presentation will be delivered by Assistant Professor Emmanuel Jeric Albela and yours truly, which is titled From Myong to Digong, The Dynamics of Philippine Presidential Elections from 1897 until 2016. On the other hand, the second presenter is no other than Associate Professor Augusto V. De Viana, PhD, with his paper titled Rural Values and Placemaking in a Rapidly Urbanizing Community, the Case of Santa Rosa City in Laguna. And lastly, we also have Assistant Professor Janet Atutubo, who will present her research work titled PEFTOC, or the Philippine Expeditionary Forces to Korea, from 1950 to 1954, an oral history of the Filipino soldiers. So before I start, I'd like to read the bio notes of our presenter. The first presenter is no other than Assistant Professor Emmanuel Jeric A. Albela, who is a licensed professional teacher and has experience handling students from the primary to the tertiary level. He obtained his Bachelor of Secondary Education major in History in 2006 and Master in History cum laude in 2008 from the University of Santo Tomas. He's currently taking his PhD in History from the same university. Assistant Professor Albela is also serving the university as Student Affairs Practitioner, being the Student Welfare and Development Coordinator of the UST Conservatory of Music since 2012. On the other hand, we have Dr. Augusto De Viana, who obtained his degrees in Asian Studies, Master of Arts in History cum laude, and Doctor of Philosophy in History magna cum laude from the University of Santo Tomas, where he presently holds the academic rank of Associate Professor 5. He was the founding chairperson of the Department of History of the University of Santo Tomas, a post that he held from the second semester of school year 2009 to 2010 to July 31 of 2019. Dr. De Viana was also a member of the Committee on Historical Research in the National Commission on Culture and the Arts until 2016. In 2015, Dr. De Viana initiated the foundation of the International Council for Historical and Cultural Cooperation in Southeast Asia. Dr. De Viana is currently a member of the Technical Panel for History in the Commission on Higher Education, where he served on 2 occasions as acting chairperson. Then, last but not the least, we have Dr. Janet C. Atutubo, who is an assistant professor at the University of Santo Tomas History Department of the Faculty of Arts and Letters. She handles history subjects like readings in Philippine history, life, works, and writings of Jose Rizal, world history, including Asian history. She graduated from the Faculty of Arts and Letters with a degree Bachelor of Arts in Asian Studies and obtained her MA in History from the De La Salle University and a PhD major in Southeast Asian from Centro Escolar University in Mendiola, Manila. She's a lifetime member of the Organization of the Social Science Educators of the Philippines, Philippine National Historical Association, the Philippine Historical Associations, and the Philippine Association for Chinese Studies Incorporated. So for today, I am I'm going to open the presentation for the research work together with Dr. or Professor Albella regarding the political history of the Philippines during the time of Myong to Digong. So, can I have the PowerPoint presentation, please?
Good afternoon po to all the viewers. We'll just wait for the PowerPoint presentation. Uh,
Okay, so what we are going to present has something to do with the dynamics of Philippine presidential elections, and this has something to do with the historical context. So the title of our presentation is From Myong to Digong, the Dynamics of Philippine Presidential Elections from 1897 to 2016. So let me start with the introductory part. Um, when the United States of America crafted the framework for the Philippines to become a showcase of democracy in Asia, little did they know that there are certain political culture that are inherent among the Filipinos, and this would hamper the growth of American-based democracy in our country. So this would include strong regionalism, debt of gratitude or utang na loob, strong camaraderie, close family affinity, as well as political patronage, which forms part of the political culture of the Filipinos. Democracy, as we know, is defined as a system of rule that secures the right and the interests of minorities by placing checks upon the power of the majority. Philippine democracy has always followed the procedural definition. If there is an election, a constitution, and basic human rights, then it goes to show that the country is democratic. However, more important than a liberal democratic framework, the substantive democratic instills accountability, transparency, as well as social justice. And this should be seen in every government. Modern liberal democracy has an elected government, to be sure, but also constitutional laws and rights, an independent judiciary, strong political parties, churches, businesses, private associations, and professional elites. In the case of the Philippines, democracy has always been procedural, and strong inherent political culture dampens its maturity. From the election of Emilio Aguinaldo as the first president of the Philippine Republic until the ascendancy of Rodrigo Roa Duterte as head of the Philippine government, there has always been distortion in the direction of Philippine democracy. So the topic on the presidential election from the time of Aguinaldo until the time of President Carlos P. Garcia will be discussed by no other than Professor Jerry Calbella. Eric?
Thank you very much, Dr. Resos. Next slide, please. So from the introduction of Dr. Resos, we now go now to the very origin of the first recorded election that happened in Tejeros Convention. But before we proceed on that, let me just give you context with this. Now, this is all about the inception of the first Filipino political parties. Although Magdalo and Magdiwang were not considered as political parties, but later on it became in that way because what happened in Tejeros is that this was a clash between the Magdiwang group and the Magdalo factions of Katipunan in Cavite, knowing that the Magdiwang is on the side of the Supremo, Andres Bonifacio, and the Magdalo side under the supervision of Baldomero Aguinaldo, uh, their uh, their leader, no other than the first president, President Emilio Aguinaldo. Now, the KKK by 1897 was actually no longer popular. Okay, because in history, as we all know, that what happened in the Katipunan in 1896 in Manila, it was a disaster. And then later on, Bonifacio had found this refuge in Cavite, thus resolving now the reorganization, okay, of the Katipunan. And then later on, they agreed on this reorganization. By the way, last Monday was the anniversary of the Tejeros Convention. It happened in March 22, 1897. Then in this convention, okay, as you can see in the slide, Bonifacio was the one who actually requested to be the moderator, okay, of the elections. However, from the results, he was nominated, okay, from the position of the president, going down to the director for the interior. Luckily, on the last position, director of the interior, uh, diyan po lang siya na-elect. Now, the Teros Convention, okay, as you can see, these are the results. Just a little bit of trivia. In fact, the Magdalo, uh, they're not they're not after the Aguinaldo's nomination. The original plan was for them to nominate Edilberto Gonzaga, okay, for the presidency. However, before the Tejeros would take place, Edilberto Gonzaga died. That's why they nominated Aguinaldo, okay, and Mariano Trias and Andres Bonifacio for the position. There's only a little bit controversy on this first recorded elections in the Philippines, because there were some historians says that it because it was a ballot system, that the ballot was already parang there's already a mark there, okay, named for Aguinaldo. However, we have no evidences yet to prove that, and those are the things that we be considered as a controversy at this point. Now, what we can say now on the Tejeros Convention, in connection to our discussion this afternoon, is that this first recorded election in our history can be considered as controversial, and as we experience today. Now, next, we all know that next slide please. We all know that after several years, no, the Filipino revolutionaries had been beaten by the Americans. Americans had been dominated us, no, for quite some time. But however, in 1934, there was a motion coming from Quezon, bringing here the Tidings McDuffie law, and that Tidings McDuffie law gave the way in our history to come up with the constitutional convention, and the product of the constitutional convention is what we have known in history is the 35 constitution. The 35 constitution, okay, was then the one who created the Commonwealth, okay, government in the Philippines, that commenced in 1935. Now, in the first elections of Commonwealth, okay, for the record, we have here the results. As you can notice, no, Quezon, nandyan din si Quezon, nandyan din si Aguinaldo, and a church leader from the Philippine Independent Church is Gregorio Aglipay. Now, as you can see on the figures there, okay, I hope na malinaw po siya. Quezon Osmeña tandem dominated the elections. Now, on the part of Aguinaldo, meron siyang nakuhang 17.54% of the total electoral returns. However, sa part naman ni Glipay ay mas mababa. Now, what can we say about this part of the elections in 1935? Okay.
The position of
Dorothy. Okay. So what we can say on this part of the elections in 35. First, there's no permanent friends or enemies. Okay.
correct.
Uh why did we note on this? Because as we all know in history, Quezon served under the revolutionary army of Aguinaldo. But in 1935, okay, nag-iba yung nag-iba na yung tema dito. And then aside from that, no, Quezon and Osmeña prior to this, no, meron silang tinatawag na misunderstanding in the party. But because of the, for the sake of unity, okay, they united again as one strong nationalista party. Kaya that resulted into, parang landslide elections. Ang pinaka-controversy lang, okay, sa elections na ito in 1935, if I can just take note of this, that Quezon used the mudslinging, okay, campaign against Aguinaldo. Na meron pa ngang time na nagpalabas siya sa media. Media is very influential, no? Kahit noon pa, kahit wala pang mga FB tsaka ano. Nagpalabas sila ng pictures na hinukay pa yung boto ni Andres Bonifacio with the picture of Guillermo Masangkay, dala-dala yung bungo, and saying na ito yung pinatay ng unang pangulo. So that's that brings color to the elections that, as we observe right now, I think it still happens, no. The Commonwealth had this another elections in 1941. However, the constitution has been amended at binigyan ng re-election si Quezon. And as you can see, no, dito papasok na yung yung tinatawag nating parang political manipulation. Oh, some sort of that. Next slide, please. Now, during the Second Philippine Republic, we have to take note that there was no election, okay, at that time. There was a party, no, established, Kalibapi, Kapisanan ng Paglilingkod sa Bagong Pilipinas, and they formed the PCPI. Okay, and that PCPI was the one who chose Jose P. Laurel as the president. At this point of our time, it was known in history as the puppet government or puppet republic. But there are some sources says that it's not that puppet at all, because there are some countries really recognize the independent republic of Jose P. Laurel. Now, the things that we can take note of this is the issue of collaboration of Laurel. Okay, naging issue yan. And for further reading, I can recommend the book of Dr. Deviana, The Collaborator. Oh, maganda po yan. And then, of course, with the compliance with the Japanese authorities and the prevention of the bloodshed and atrocities. This was somehow, the claims of Laurel. He cooperated with the Japanese because he wanted to save more lives of the Filipino. Next slide, please. So after the war, here comes now the independent republic. The 1946 Philippine presidential elections was also a colorful one. Why? Because Manuel Rojas, a former nationalista, now I don't know kung ano ba ano ba Sir Archie, nabulungan siya ni MacArthur to come up with a separate party coming from the nationalista, and now today's the liberal wing. Before it was the liberal wing nationalista, and now it's an independent party, liberal party. And he challenged at the time the president, the one who replaced Quezon in Saranac Lake, nung namatay si Quezon, na naging presidente si Sergio Osmeña. Nilabanan niya yan. The only problem here is that Sergio Osmeña, alam natin na malakas siya, but he was so confident that he can win the elections. That's why hindi na siya nangampanya. But doon siya nagkamali. Why? Because in this period of time, 1946 beyond, okay, we can see now the strong American support and the strong American influence in our electoral system. Okay? And, some points that we have to remember in these 46 elections, that there's a strong political machinery of the Liberal Party because yan ang pinakamanok ng Amerikano. Okay? And we already pointed out here the political bickering, okay? Regarding the collaboration, just to take note na Rojas was also, was part of that collaboration. Kaya nga, in further studies po, pagka magbabasa tayo, medyo malaki yung tampo ni Laurel kay Rojas. Because we had this story, no, that during the time of Japanese, when Rojas was about to be killed by the Japanese, Laurel saved him. But when Rojas became president, when he invited Laurel in one occasion, he asked Laurel to use the back door of Malacanang at hindi sa harap because the collaboration was ang laki tampo ni Laurel nun. Okay? And this is now the start of the Independent Republic 46. However, we have to take note that we're still under the 35 Constitution. They never changed that. Pero ang pagbabago lang sa 35 Constitution yung parity, no? Because they want to push the rehabilitation bill trade. Okay. Sige po, next slide please. After it was so sad that the American Bet Rojas, I'm sorry, the American Bet Manuel Rojas, not Bet, so Bet, suddenly died after his speech in Clark Air Base. Okay, another US territory. Talagang halatang maka-Amerikano. He was replaced by his vice president immediately, Bidjo Querido, and then on the next elections, he vied for the position and he won. And he was challenged by Josepi Laurel, okay? And the other candidate there, as you can see, yan naman ay si Jose Abelino, okay? He's claiming he's part of the liberal, but he was not recognized by the party. Okay. Now, Quirino got the highest votes of that, and then points to remember here is this. Well, during the Quirino, there was a rampant issue against him. In fact, at the time of Quirino, nagkaroon yata ng attempt to impeach him. Okay. And of course, the collaboration issue was there, but the one that that made a lot of when you say dagger of his presidency was the hook issue o yung tinatawag natin yung pagre-rebelde ng mga hook. Now, dahil sa mga issue na yan, okay, inutakan siya ng kanyang dating Secretary of Defense. And so when we go now to the next election, next slide please. Okay. Yan na yung kay Magsaysay. Dito na sinasabi namin dito ni Doc Archie that this was the first time that there was such thing as political turncoatism. Although Magsaysay was not official part of the Liberal Party, but then he served as a cabinet member. Okay? And we can also consider that as turncoatism. We have also to take note that the Magsaysay strategy was the strategy of most of the presidents that elected after this. And that's populism. Nakilala nga sa title na Magsaysay is my guy. And he was the one who actually first to use a political jingle entitled Mambo Magsaysay. Mambo, Mambo, Magsaysay. Ganun. So, di ba? Napaka-catchy. Kaya, nanalo siya. And because of the issues of Quirino, no, during his presidency, landslide ang electoral. And nationalista had won this time. Kasi magaling sila manligaw, no, sila Laurel, no? Naligawan nila si Magsaysay. However, Magsaysay's presidency will be cut off, okay, and he was he will be replaced by his vice president, also from the same party. Hindi dito makikita natin hindi naging problema because the vice president, okay, Dr. Archie will take note of this afterwards. No, the vice president was actually in the same party. Kaya nung umupo na si Garcia, walang naging problema talaga on the transitions. And next slide please. Nung nag-campaign na si Garcia for the next period of elections, panalo rin siya. However, okay, controversies, okay, has been there. And isa sa mga tinirang issues kay Garcia ay yung paggamit ng Filipino First Policy or yung austerity program na nabalutan ng corruption. And this will lead now into many controversies against him. And by this time, I will now give the floor to Dr. Archie to explain further on the problems towards now to Digong. Doc Archie?
Okay. Thank you so much, Jeric. So when you speak of the Carlos P. Garcia administration, we have to bear in mind that this is the third time in the political history of the Philippines that a president succeeded, no, or become a successor to a president who died. So we have in 1944 when Quezon died, he was succeeded by Osmeña. And then also in 1948, you have the sudden heart attack of Rojas, where he was succeeded by Quirino. This time, Jeric mentioned about the unexpected plane crash of Ramon Magsaysay. Though they belong in the same political party, you have to follow the constitutional mandate that the president, should be succeeded by the vice president, in case that he died. So in the few months that he has to to get the unexpired term, which was around 8 months, no, the unexpired term of President Magsaysay. He was still eligible to run for the presidency in the 1957 election. And this was very interesting because for the first time in our history during the post-war, no, you have two opposing political parties for the presidency and the vice president. Ang mahirap kasi rito, katulad ng case ng Pilipinas, ano, you can have a president who belongs to a ruling party and then the vice president would come from the opposition party. So President Carlos Garcia ran for re-election and he won over Senator Jose Yulo in this election in 1957. On the other hand, Jose Yulo's party mate, and also the standard bearer of the Liberal Party, Diosdado Macapagal, won this election. Kaya mahihirapan tayo. So one of the political culture that we can see here when Carlos P. Garcia became the president is that he did not appoint President or Vice President Diosdado Macapagal to any sensitive position. So we do understand the kind of setup we have because they belong to two different political parties. Now, when it's the time of Diosdado Macapagal to challenge the president for the election in 1961, Macapagal would capitalize on the weaknesses of the Garcia administration, which includes the failed agrarian reform package as well as the robust increase in the insurgency in the provinces. So on November 14 of 1961, the Philippines was scheduled for another round of presidential election. Vice President Diosdado Macapagal, this time of the Liberal Party, wrestled the power from the Nacionalista Party of Carlos Garcia. In the vice presidential election, the tandem of Diosdado Macapagal, Emmanuel Pelaez won the election, and the tandem of the other contending party, Hilpuyat, lost in this election. So carrying on the promise of the campaign, Macapagal implemented agricultural reform code for the distribution of lands. However, they were already good friends with Ferdinand Marcos. Marcos was a senator in 1963. Marcos became Senate President. And Marcos would have run in the presidency in 1961 had it not for the promise of Macapagal that he would be supporting the candidacy of Marcos in 1965. So nagparaya si Marcos. Pagdating ng 1965, ito yung tinatawag nating political turncoat. Si Marcos was an active member of the Liberal Party, suddenly turned his back and embraced the Nacionalista Party so that he will have all the means to campaign against Diosdado Macapagal. And he was also an active Senate President at that time. So in the result of the 1965 election, Ferdinand Marcos won the election over Diosdado Macapagal. And for the vice presidency, you have Fernando Lopez, the running mate of Marcos, winning over Gerardo Rojas. Si Gerardo Rojas po yung anak po yan ni Manuel Rojas, and yung tatay po ni Mar Rojas po yan, who lost also the vice presidential election. So you can see human experience repeat itself. Fernando Lopez, for all you know, was also the vice president of Quirino. So you can see in our history, we have vice president serving two different president. Itong si Fernando Lopez during the time of Quirino and during the time of Marcos in 1965 and 1969 respectively. Pagdating ng 1969, the second term of Marcos was looming na with a lot of problems. He was already unpopular. Formation of the Communist Party of the Philippines under Jose Maria Sison, the New People's Army under Bernabe Boscaino, and the Moro National Liberation Front, made him very unpopular. But of course, the election of 1965 still gave him the advantage over the candidate Sergio Osmeña Jr. of the Liberal Party, as well as for the vice presidential bid, Fernando Lopez again won this election versus Genaro Magsaysay. So supposedly under the 1935 Constitution, the term of Marcos would end in 1973. Unfortunately, he was already too unpopular, and there was someone who can challenge him in 1973 presidential election, and that is through the person of a very young senator, si Senator Benigno Aquino Jr. However, Marcos was very shrewd. He was able to capitalize on the contents of the 1935 Constitution and come up with a scenario that martial law was indeed needed during those times in order to perpetuate himself into power. So from 1972, he declared martial rule. The election that is supposedly for 1973 was suspended until 1981. He only lifted up martial law in 1981. So after lifting up martial law, maraming dahilan, sabi ni Marcos na ganun, because the Pope is coming and he wanted to show the Catholic Church that the government was already stable, he scheduled the country for another presidential election in 1981. Pero wala naman tatakbo laban kay Marcos noon. Why? Because all the candidates were incarcerated and some of them were in exile like Ninoy Aquino. So a very unknown candidate, no, Alejo Santos, would run and challenge Marcos in the 1981 presidential election. And we know the result because Marcos also removed the position of the vice president so that he can control the executive branch very well. No? So noong 1981 presidential election, Marcos would garner 16 million vote advantage over Alejo Santos. And surely, he won the elections, ano? Because no one capable of running at that time, no, was able to challenge him. And then the rest is history. You know what happened in 1983? And then Marcos was being requested by the US government to establish a snap presidential election on February 7 of 1986. Ayaw pa sanang tumakbo ni Marcos noon kasi matatalo na siya talaga nung February 1986 election na yan However, to show the United States, he ran and then he was able to win that election, supposedly coming from the COMELEC results. However, the NAMPREL has a different story, no? And the rest was also part of the EDSA People Power one, from February 22 until February 26, where Marcos was ousted from power and he was exiled in Hawaii. So we have a revolutionary government noon pong panahon na ni Cory Aquino, but Cory Aquino was faced with a lot of problems, lalo na yung mga shortages sa electricity, major catastrophes, including the military, which she cannot tame because there were 8 coups d'etats against the Aquino administration. So Cory Aquino in 1992 decided to put all her hopes to Fidel Ramos, no, who is not a member of the ruling party at that time because the ruling party was the Labanan Demokratikong Pilipino. Nonetheless, Cory Aquino anointed Fidel Ramos, who handily won the election over the other candidates, including Miriam Defensor, way back in 1992. But it was riddled with a lot of controversy, especially yung dayaan na nangyari, the dagdag bawas issue was there during 1992. Pagdating ng 1998, well, you have Ramos anointing someone who is not really that popular. And I'm referring to Speaker Jose de Venecia, a member of the ruling party, the Lakas NUCD. However, the opposition had fielded a very strong candidate in the person of Joseph Estrada. And Estrada became very famous because of his political platform, yung Jeepney Era. No? Yung sinasabi niya na sa Jeepney Era, walang mayaman o mahirap. So you have justice, economy, environment, and peace. ERAP won with around 6.4 million vote advantage over Speaker Jose de Venecia in the 1998 election. And then again, in our history, you can see the president would come from a different political party as the vice president. No, kasi si Gloria Macapagal Arroyo was from the Lakas NUCD. Pero hindi nagtagal si ERAP because he was removed from power in 2001 because of the EDSA People Power 2 revolution. However, by succession, you can see that Gloria Macapagal Arroyo became president from 2001 to 2004, no? And then Gloria Macapagal Arroyo under the Lakas NUCD would run with Kabayan Noli de Castro. It's an interesting election in 2004. Why? Because you have an artist again, si Fernando Po Jr. at saka si Loren Regarda, where they lost that election, and it's also riddled with controversy. You know, the Hello Garcia controversy of 2004. Dumating ang time noong 2010 that Gloria Macapagal Arroyo became unpopular. There were a series of coup d'etats led by Senator Trillanes or Lieutenant Trillanes at that time and General Danilo Lim, which was thwarted by the government. And we have the political culture of necropolitics taking place. Ibig sabihin, ang Pilipino is very sympathetic dun sa mga politiko na kilala nila, namamatay mga magulang, and then Pinoy became a candidate in the 2010 presidential election. Ano? At sino naman po ang inanoint ni Gloria Macapagal? I think si Gibo Teodoro po, no? Ang inanoint under the Lakas NUCD. And then Erap Estrada, that makes me wonder about Philippine politics. Erap Estrada, who was already charged with plunder, would run in the 2010 election, and surprisingly, he ended up number 2. Kung wala lang si Pinoy noon, si Erap ulit ang presidente natin in 2010. At pagdating noong 2016, and then we have, of course, Duterte was not interested to run under the PDP laban, but later on, mga December of 2015, tumakbo rin. And then you have Mar Rojas, as well as Grace po, and the respective vice president. And Duterte was really a very popular president. He gained more than 6.6 million vote advantage over Mar Rojas. And he became a very popular presidential candidate and president-elect, banking on the global war against drugs. And the vice president would come from the other side of the spectrum. And that's the Liberal Party, si Leni Robredo. So all of this would include the dynamics of Philippine presidential elections, but we have already extended. Ang masasabi na lang namin dito talaga, there are a lot of Philippine culture or political culture that dampens and hampers political development and democracy in our country. Procedurally, we are very mature as a democratic entity, but substantially, we still have a long way to go when it comes to democracy. So that wraps up our presentation for the first part. Now, for our second part, okay na, Jeric, nasabi ko na yung conclusion, binilisan ko na. So for our second part,
I think
we have
Dr. Atutubo po.
Opo, tama. So we have Dr. Janet Tutubo who's going to present her paper kasi meron lang nagkaroon lang tayo ng emergency ng kaunti, and the title of Dr. Janet Atutubo's paper is all about PEFTO, the Philippine Expeditionary Forces to Korea from 1950 to 1954. It's an oral history of the Filipino soldiers. So may I call on Professor Janet C. Atutubo.
PEFTOC, Philippine Expeditionary Forces to Korea, an oral history of the Filipino soldiers. Memory is defined as uncritical, unconscious recollection of the past, since memory occupies a partial place or a particular place in our brain. Information that occurred is recalled, sometimes instantly or some degrees of it. Memories are in a special place in the brain that are used to remember, investigate, create, and recreate information. However, all human activities occur with the interaction of other people, resulting to a creation of what is known as group memory. Collective memory refers to a body of memories whose actions create an identity unique to their group. Memories are shared and passed by those who engage in similar and accepted acts. In this process, a community, a nation, and ultimately a country is created. The shared memories are handed down through daily experiences, creating the continuity within the group through time. And what is the role of history with this? History attempts to provide an accurate and unbiased recounting of what happened in the past. Based on the collective memories of a group of people, the desired narrative presented is as subjective and is as impartial as possible. Oral history was used to gather, compile, and write a narrative that depicts a slice of the Filipino experience in the Korean War. This is a research method where the speech of a people whose first-hand knowledge or experience identified in the events is requested. The interviewee then narrates what they underwent, and these are collected using recording devices. Oral history is indispensable because it is a means of gathering and retrieving data, as the interviewee imparts their lived experiences. Like bodily expressions and feelings are noted. The recording is then transcribed and analyzed in an atmosphere of more recent times. Through oral history, the events of not so long ago are stored for references. To realize this study, slide number 3 na po. To realize this study, the Department of National Defense was informed. The consent of Undersecretary Ernesto Carolina was obtained, thus paving the way for the cooperation with the PEFTOC veterans and the PIVAO offices. It was these offices who identified the PEFTOCs who may still be interviewed. In this interview, they were asked about their lives before and during World War II, why they joined PEFTOC, and their experiences during the Korean War, how this affected their immediate family and their military career. Most of them retired before 1992, but they still actively participated in various veterans activities. Their, their experiences and recollection of the Korean War enrich uh, the story of the PEFTO. Interviews were done from November 2018 to August 2019. Data from the interviews complemented with the books in this topic. Newspapers from 1950 to 1955 were read. Several consultations, so many consultations with other officers like Brigadier General Restituto Aguilar, the Administrative Officer of the Veterans Memorial and Historical Division, and Commander Mark Condeno, the Curator of the Philippine-Korean Friendship Center, happened. The constant, unwavering, and invaluable support of the staff of the PIVAO and the Philippine-Korean Friendship Center are the foundations of this research. Major Maximo Young was a young boy of the 1940s who chose not to finish high school, but he opted to join the Aboitiz Shipping Company. The route of their ships was from Manila, Dumaguete, Cebu, Baez, Zamboanga, Sulu, and vice versa. He was in charge of unloading cargoes from the Aboitiz ships, and at a very young age, he was already earning his own money. When the Japanese arrived in Manila, their shipping company was it was the trips were continued, but the Philippine government took over their ships, while the sailors were conscripted to the USAFE. They continued plying their routes, but they took in Filipino soldiers and their families as guests. They purchased produce and distributed this all over the islands. They brought food and other supplies to the Corregidor Island. In the daytime, they hid their ships in some islands while they traveled at night to avoid detection by the enemies. Once on board the MV Legazpi, they came in direct conflict with the Japanese forces from Corregidor. But they were lucky, they evaded capture. Maximo Young and other sailors sought safety in Mindoro, where they abandoned their ship. From there, Major Young continued to Aklan and eventually Negros, where he served as a Philippine soldier in the remaining years of World War II. After the war, he was assigned in Laguna to fight against the Hooks, but he was also sent to the United States and studied at Fort Knox Armored School in Kentucky, United States. Colonel Arturo Ferrer, a third-year high school student in Pangasinan when World War II broke out. For 3 years, he stopped going to school, but since his family was poor, the hardships brought about by the Japanese occupation was nothing new for him. They just continued with their lives. Schools opened after the war, and he went back to finish his last year in high school, even if he was overage. He also worked for a US base in San Fernando, La Union. After his high school graduation, the Philippine Military Academy was reopened. He took an entrance test in Dagupan and passed it. He is one of the first graduates of PMA after World War II. He belonged to the Banat class of 1951. He was assigned to fight against the Hooks and was eventually recruited for the Korean War. General Jesus Dizon also belonged to batch 1951 of PMA. His family was very poor, but he graduated valedictorian from high school. Mauro Lino, so that's Colonel Arturo Ferrer with his wife. Mauro Lino's mother was a farmer and he was a fourth year high school student when he learned that the Philippine government was recruiting volunteers for the Korean War. Together with his cousin, they took sacks of rice and sold this to have fare going to Manila. They both qualified as soldiers and were trained rather for the Korean War. Lieutenant Bartolome Catolos was also a student when he read from a newspaper that volunteers were needed for Korea. Based on the narratives of selected veterans, they were children of poor parents in the provinces, and economically, they looked for ways to improve their lives. The economic situation caused them to join the military and eventually volunteered for the forces that sent them to Korea. So you have General Jesus Dizon and his wife. Okay, on June 25, 1950, the North Korean troops crossed the 38th parallel. Unprepared, the soldiers of South Korea fought bravely, but the element of surprise and more numerous North Korean soldiers easily overwhelmed the South Korean troops. It was a swift occupation of the Korean peninsula by the communist forces. Only Busan on the map, you see the word Busan, a province in the southernmost part of South Korea, remained in the hands of the nationalist forces. As a response to the Korean invasion, the United Nations Security Council was convened. A resolution was reached calling for an immediate ending of hostilities by both parties and an immediate withdrawal of communist forces from South Korea. Of course, this was totally ignored. United Nations called on its country members for assistance to fight the communist invasion of South Korea. President Truman ordered the US Naval and Air Force to come to the aid of South Koreans. And a force was put together under General Douglas MacArthur. He was then the head of the Japanese occupation of Japan. On the other hand, President Elpidio Quirino committed his support to the United Nations and announced that a Filipino troop will be sent to Korea. The 10th BCT, the 10th Battalion Combat Team, a seasoned anti-hook forces with several World War II veterans, was chosen to represent the Philippines. Republic Act number 573 of the Philippine Military Aid to the United Nations was enacted. This law provided for equipment and maintenance of Philippine expeditionary forces to Korea. It provided that whoever uh, volunteered, this military will be provided twice. For instance, their salary will be doubled There were reserve officers who immediately became regular soldiers, while the new graduates of PMA will see the realization of their lessons from the classroom to the battlefield. So, for instance, Major Young was sent to the United States to train at the Fort Knox Armored Tank School. Colonel Ferrer and General Bison were graduates of the first batch of the PMA, though they served in different provinces in the Philippines, but they fought against the Hooks. So Korea did not only get a group of highly trained combat soldiers, but also a company of armored uh, trained personnel. The government also sent armored tanks, medium tanks, and other artilleries. The government also sent medical people, engineers, signal corps, chaplain, and a group of people from the press. The Republic of the Philippines sent 5 battalion combat teams, namely the 10th, the 20th, the 19th, 14th, and the last one, the 2nd BCT. To prepare for the Korean War, the soldiers of the 10th BCT trained in Marikina, a place chosen for its hilly landscape, Korean hilly areas. However, the situation in Korea was getting more dire. There was an urgent need for more soldiers, so their training was cut short, and the soldiers of the 10th BCT were shipped to the war zone. As early as September 2, 1950, President Elpidio Quirino formally attended an official send-off. Members of the families, Carlos Romulo, who was then the Secretary General of the United Nations General Assembly, gave the United Nations flag, to Colonel Mariano Asurin, the commanding officer of the 10th BCT, while President Quirino reminded Colonel Asurin that they fight in another land to preserve freedom, to carry the Philippine flag in its full honor, and it is the flag of hope. In September 15, 1950, 1,375 officers and students boarded the USS uh, Sergeant Sylvester Antola. On September 19, 1950, the 10th BCT landed in Port Busan, south of Korea. President Syngman Rhee, then the president of Korea, met them, as well as the cabinet of the Republic of Korea and members of the United Nations Commission. They were placed under the logistic control of the U.S. 25th Infantry Division. All PEFTOC battalions were always attached to an allied force, mostly American units. They moved northwards to Miriang. From Pusan, they moved northwards to Miriang. So you have here. So from Pusan, they moved northwards to Miriang, and then to Naktong River, where they were supposed to start their 8-week training. But in spite of the fact that they were training, they continued their patrol, which was their base assignment. So in Saihon to Wave 1, so this is Wave 1, notice they're moving. So from Busan, they moved to Miriang, then Wave 1. Notice that they were moving northwards. In Saihon, and then Wave 1, they saw blocks and blocks of cities destroyed, infrastructures were burned, there were so many homeless people and refugee camps. Along the way, they also saw some of the tanks from the Philippine government that were sent before them. Their mission was to patrol roads to prevent North Koreans from cutting supplies from the American sites. So important bridges, tunnels, roads, airport, and other warehouses were also safeguarded. In the patrol of Wave 1, the Filipinos were ambushed and the first casualty Private Alipio Cecilio Libon of Albay was killed on October 23, 1953. For the time being, he was buried in the United Nations Cemetery in Taiguig. The 10th BCT continued with their northward movement until they reached Seoul, Korea, the capital of Seoul, Korea, but they continued marching northwards such that by October 31, they crossed the 38th parallel. So this is the 38th parallel. In November 1, 1950, they reached Pyongyang in Korea. They were assigned in the town of Gwangju, especially to guard the uh, the line to ensure that once more the supplies of the American and Allied forces were maintained. In Singye, they fought their first battle and they won in that war. But they really had so much difficulty. The Filipino soldiers had so much difficulty, not so much on um, not so much on the war, but because they were fighting against the harsh element of snow. So here you can see that the surrounding area was really very much deeply snowed. Colonel Asurin also noticed that they were always given the worst assignments. They were moved from the south to Sariwon to Mudong, places which were heavily communist infested, while the Allied forces stayed put usually in one place. And importantly, they lack the proper attire. Sometimes they narrated that when they remove their socks, sometimes their toes would also fall off as they remove their socks, or sometimes when they fire, their fingers stick to a certain part of the gun. So Colonel Asurin asked for provisions that is compatible with the weather. So he was simply asked to go back to the Philippines, and he was replaced by Colonel. So the most famous offensive experienced by the 10th BCT was the Chinese Spring Offensive. So from December through April, the 10th BCT was on duty along the Han River. They captured islands, hills, and lands from those were occupied by the Communist Chinese. They fought continuously for several months. In fact, from the moment they landed in Busan. And then in the Spring Offensive, that was April 1951, April 22, 1951, they were moved to Yuldong Ridge. That night, all the soldiers prayed and they wrote letters to their families because in their hearts and in their mind, this is the last day of their lives. So exactly midnight, the Chinese offensive started. And it was not only Chinese, but there were communist Russians and, of course, North Koreans. By now, there were only 900 soldiers left among the Filipinos. They were so overwhelmed. So even the Filipino drivers, clerks, medics, cooks, even the chaplain joined the forces side by side with the 900 Filipinos. But when the dawn came, the tank company, but remember they did not have tanks. These were taken by the American forces of Captain Conrado Yap was down to 70 men. And he was trying his best to contact Lieutenant Jose Arciaga. So before the war, wherever they went, they always have a mass. And in whatever makeshift chapels that they can have, they always create a scene or a space that they can have their mass. At that time, Lieutenant Asiaga was already dying. His forces were overrun, but they were able to kill communists around 6 times more than their number. So So Captain Yap led the recapture of the hills and attempted to rescue survivors. If not, at least recover the dead bodies of the Filipinos because he mandated that no Filipinos shall be left behind. By the late afternoon, they not only overpowered the communist forces, they have collected all the dead bodies of the Filipinos. Sadly, nobody was alive among the members of the platoon of Lieutenant Jose Artiaga, including Jose Artiaga himself. And as they were moving southward down the mountain, Captain Conrado Yap was hit by a machine gun. He continued to fight. He never complained. He never showed that he was already hit. But as soon as he reached the bottom of the hill and he was within the ambulance, he expired. He died. So because of their bravery, they were known as the Fighting Ten. That's the last picture of Captain Conrado Yap and Lieutenant Jose Arciaga. They were batchmates in PMA. They were very, very close. Then they returned to the Philippines after 1 year of service. Even the generals of the Allied forces really looked up to the Filipinos. So Captain Yap had so much decorations on, and then on the way back, Colonel Junicio Ojeda went back to the United Nations cemetery. He gave salute to his fallen men. Then eventually they returned to the Philippines. This is the cemetery in Busan, South Korea, where the United Nations forces were, for the time being, they were buried. And then these were after on their second year, POWs of the 10th Battalion were returned to the Philippines also. So many were sick, more than 500 of them in different stages of infirmities. And then you see on your left side, that's if you have the Boni Serrano Avenue, or whatever is the name of the street, that's Lieutenant Boni Serrano, one also of the most highly decorated. The guy kissing the ground, that's Lieutenant Boni Serrano, one of the most highly decorated soldiers of the PEFTO. Okay, and then finally, the remains of the dead were shipped back to the Philippines. The 20th BCT, they seized Hill Erie, that's on the eastern side, and was under the battalion the battalion was under Colonel Salvador Abcede. On September 6, 1951, they joined the United Nations forces on the 38th parallel along the hills of Chorwon. So while the 10th BCT walked through miles of wide expanses of spaces, they battled enemies with very limited firearms. The 20th BCT was different. They patrolled Pyongyang Shoal area, specifically in the hills of Chorwon, where they attacked bunker stations and occupied these hills, which they were able to get from the enemies, specifically the Chinese. They climbed up and down the hills. Requirement, they must never be seen or sensed by the communist forces. So they were always crawling on their chest. Most of the time, they crawled through the fields and they would go up and down the hills, still crawling. They have to be fast and accurate also. From the interview with General Jesus Dizon, according to him, he was sent to Korea as part of the replacement of the 10th BCP. He was an artillery officer, meaning the first one, the very, very first one, in a patrol. And then he would look for a very high position, and he would stay in that high position while the patrol is going on. So he had the highest vantage point to look out for target and search for location of the enemies to watch their activities. And he would direct firing of the artillery towards the location of the targets. So the actions of the 20th BCT also it helped determine the final demarcation line later on of the 38th parallel. I really wouldn't know if you could make a sense of that. So it was also in the 20th BCT, again on the left side of the screen, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth man standing. That's the very, very young uh, Fidel Ramos, a graduate of, actually, he's not a graduate of PMA batch 51, but he was adopted by that batch. He graduated from uh, the U.S. Military West Point Academy. And it was also batch 20th Battalion that successfully defeated uh, a certain group who fought against Chiang Kai-shek, and they never had a single, they did not lose a single war except for this war that went against the 20th BCT. A missing person, Corporal Liberato O. Molina, fought in this battle. His body is never found until today. So the 20th BCT came home with the South Korean Presidential Distinguished Unit Citation. They were awarded the Philippine Distinguished Badge for helping prevent the annihilation of an entire division. Then the 19th BCT, they earned high respects because also of their incomparable wartime exploits. Lieutenant Colonel Ramon Aguirre was chosen to lead the new battalion that soon replaced the 20th BCT. They continued with their duties, which was the patrol of the Chorwon area. The 19th BCT was awarded the South Korean Presidential Distinguished Unit Citation. They received the battle citation from the United States 10th Corps. Colonel Aguirre was awarded the Yulji Silver Star, which is the South Korean equivalent of the U.S. Distinguished Medal Service. According to the Chief of Staff of the 8th U.S. Army, Brigadier General R.W. Porter Jr., the record established by the 19th BCT sets a standard for all United Nations units. On April 1953, the first batch of the 14th BCT arrived to replace the war weary Korea. They were assigned once more in the Chorwon-Sibion corridor in the central and western part of Korea. They were assigned in a very, very steep and slippery mountains. So everything has to be done manually. No water or land transportation were used. Fighting was also done as a hand-to-hand combat, and then whatever supplies that they receive, they have to haul it all the way up the mountains. On July 11, 1953, the first memorial to a Filipino in Korea was opened by Brigadier General Jinder, the commander of the U.S. 45th Infantry Division. A 94-foot bridge was dedicated to Private First Class and Ambrosio Corpus, and this is known as the Corpus Bridge. Later, a command post was named Camp Dominado in the memory of Lieutenant Teodoro Dominado, who was killed by a North Korean mortar. And by July 27, 1953, the news that a ceasefire had already taken place. But the Chinese refused to acknowledge this, so until 10 p.m., the war continued. And then after 10 p.m., they waved goodbye to the Chinese forces, who also waved goodbye to them. So the 14th BCT were the first soldiers to serve the demilitarized zone. So the second BCT ended. The war ended with the armistice, and we still sent the last battalion known as the second BCT. So the demarcation line today, whatever demarcation line that was attained, which is now known as the demilitarized zone, the Filipinos were very, very instrumental in the attainment of the final line. But sadly, that line still stands until today because the war in Korea is not yet finished. Conclusion. This paper presented the story, or just a very, very small slice, of the Filipinos' admirable participation in the Korean War. He fought bravely, he fought unconditionally, he fought unselfishly. This was a war from the soils of the Philippine homeland, but in joining PEFTOC, according to Carlos Romulo, the Secretary of the United Nations General Assembly, the men who fought in this war proudly carried not only the flag of the country, but also of the Filipino ideals, the Filipino courage, and the Filipino sense of devotion to duty. Hopefully, the Korean War can now be associated and will always be associated with the unfailing bravery of the Filipino soldiers. It must be given the highest value as it ought to be bestowed upon through the ages and generations of Filipinos. As recalled and narrated by the aging PEFTOC war veterans, their experiences became or becomes an intrinsic contribution to the Filipino nation's social collective memory, and not merely a sentence or a statistic in the stories of international war. So you have General Carlos Romulo, the Secretary General of the United Nations General Assembly in the 1950, and of course President Elpidio Quirino, who was instrumental in the creation of the PEFTOC movement in the Philippines. We have several memorials in various places in the Philippines commemorating our participation in the Korean War. And then in Korea itself, in the Goyang City, there is a very, very huge memorial. This is in Taiwan, in the city, in Seoul, Korea. Philippine flag is one of the flags waving in the air. Ayan. So we have a specific place. You have Philippines, and it narrates the story of how we got to that area. And then as you enter the war memorial, notice that there are black granite. These are black steel, bakal yan, mga yan. And then on this steel, you have the names. Ayan, lahat ng mga yan. This has the names of the people who died from the Korean War, and also of the Koreans who died in the Vietnam War. I would like to show you um, stop share for a while. Ayan, balik tayo sa share. I would like to show to you, sayang. Anyway, stop share uli. And then screen share. Ito. Kung ayaw, wala nang magagawa. Okay. So that's my presentation.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Janet Atutubo, for that very interesting and valuable research on the oral history about Philippine expeditionary forces to Korea from 1950 until 1954. Now, I'd like to introduce you to our third paper presenter, Associate Professor Augusto de Viana, with this research titled Dato Tating, the Moro Leader of the First Anti-Imperialist Struggle in Borneo. Good afternoon, Sir de Viana.
Thank you very much. I will have to open my PowerPoint first. If you're, so can you see my slide? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we can
Uh,
see it clearly.
okay, thank you very much. Okay, so oops, hindi yan. Sorry, that is not allowed. I'll so okay. So datu tating. Um, so I'm going to talk about one of the Moro heroes who's unrecognized, and he is Datu Tating. And he is more known in North Borneo rather than the Philippines. So to begin, so how can I move the next slide? Oops. Yeah. So if we knew Sultan Kudarat as the hero against Spanish imperialism, especially during the 17th century, um, and now he's better known, and even today we have a province named after him, uh, the Sultan Kudarat province. And also we know about Amay Pakpak. Amay Pakpak was the leader of the Maranaos who fought the forces of General Valeriano Weyler back in 1888. And later he fought again in the same battle of second battle of Marawi in 1890 in 1895. 1895. We know that Sultan Kudarat lived to a ripe old age, and he became a person who is known to have united the various Moro tribes in Mindanao during the time of Spanish colonization. And also in the Lanao region. The Lanao region is one of the areas in the Philippines that are last to be colonized or to be subjugated by the Spaniards. And leading them was Datu Amay Pakpak, also known as Datu Akadir. And of course, he survived the first onslaught um, launched by Governor General Valeriano Weyler. And later we have, and he survived and he retaliated against the Spaniards from 1892 to 1895. In 1895, the forces of this time Governor General um, uh, Ramon Blanco stormed again Marawi, and Amay Pakpak was killed, and his body was never found. And according to popular stories, that that Allah came down from heaven and sent down angels and took his body. That's why his body was never found. And actually, the story was like this: when after the battle, the surviving Maranaos did not really reveal who he was or what he looked like. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a third person. His name was Datu Tating. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So he's a rather unknown hero among the Moros. And some people would call him a member of the Tausug tribe, and other would call him an Iranun. Iranun is a native of the Cotabato area, the Cotabato region. Next slide, please. Yeah. So I would give you the background. So I'll take you back to the area, to the time of Sultan Alimuddin. Alimuddin was the Sultan of Sulu, and during his reign, he exhibited a rather open-minded approach towards other faiths, especially Christianity. And one of the stories about him that he wanted to learn about Christianity, and he later allowed Jesuit missionaries to preach in Holo, and that was seen as a witness by the hardline Muslims. And imagine allowing Jesuits to come into your capital and preach about Christianity. And so therefore there was an assassination attempt on Sultan Alimuddin. I think that was in 1758, and because of the threat on his life, he fled to Zamboanga, which was under the Spaniards. And from Zamboanga, he went to Manila, where the Governor General Asidera, the acting governor then, welcomed him, and he also showed willingness to be baptized as a Christian. That's why Sultan Alimuddin is known as Sultan Fernando the First de Alimuddin. And so actually there's a conflict or a controversy in present-day Tarlac, saying the first Muslim Christian Sultan of Jolo. And later, I think that would be during the time of the early 2000s when Governor Margarita Tingting Cojuangco was then governor of Tarlac, and it received a rather negative reception. Now let's go back to Alimuddin. Alimuddin, being a Christian, he also had his children baptized, and and the Spaniards played politics because they wanted him as some kind of a puppet sultan, and therefore he was to be restored to his old throne in Jolo. And on the way, and upon arriving in Zamboanga, very bad information came about the sultans, saying that the sultan was practicing Islamic practices behind the backs of the Spaniards, that he sacrificed a goat during the time of the Eid ul Adha, that the feast of the sacrifice, and that another damning evidence is that some letters from Sultan Alimuddin telling to his brother Sultan. By the way, the one who was now in Jolo was his brother Bantilan, telling that the letters simply narrate that the Spaniards are making him say things that they want to hear and do things that they wanted him to do. In short, he was being treated as a puppet. And because of that, Alimuddin was arrested and sent back to Manila. He was in chains, and he was confined to Fort Santiago. And later, the Sultan made a letter to the King of Spain. So, is this how you treat a fellow sovereign? And so, at the time, the Governor General then was Governor General Obando, Jose Obando, and he was later freed, but he was not allowed to come back to Jolo, and he was given a salary. So, although he was well treated, he was actually a prisoner by all definition. And then came the British in 1762. The British invaded Manila and defeated the Spaniards, and Alimuddin was captured. Was on one of those captured by the British, and while the British were about to leave Manila following the Treaty of Paris of 1864, he was to be reinstated to his old throne in Jolo. And the British would do that because for the same reasons as the Spaniards would like to do, by making him a puppet. So again, Sultan Alimuddin was restored to his own throne, and Sultan Bantilan magnanimously surrendered the throne to his brother. Okay, next slide. And as ingratitude, the Sultan allowed the British under Alexander Dalrymple to establish a trading post in Borneo, and that would be on the northern part of Borneo. That would be the town of Balambagan. You must also remember that Borneo was once part of the realm of the Sultan. So what did the Sultan Alimuddin do to the Spaniards? So he harbored deep feelings of resentment against the Spaniards, and he declared a jihad against the Spaniards, while he was now in good terms with the British. So he allowed them to have a trading post in Balambagan. Next slide. So at Balambagan, they set up a trading post and a fort, and it was manned by 400 British bogies and sepoy soldiers. These are Bugis and sepoy soldiers were Indian soldiers, and what you have is a star-shaped fort guarded by nine cannons, and also you have the trading post. So the British resident in Balambagan managed to get a monopoly on all the pepper that could be harvested in North Borneo. So that would be very profitable for the British. By the time the British were under the British East India Company. Next slide. Or the English East India Company. So the construction of the fort was slow, and what would be the role of Datu Tating? Next slide. Datu Tating's role was to construct the fort. And okay, this is what you call the pepper trade. So the pepper trade became a monopoly of the British. Okay, so next slide. So Datu Tating and his Iranun tribesmen helped in the construction of the fort. And again, there's a dispute whether about the ethnic origin of Datu Tating. Datu Tating was said to be a Tausug. Others say he was Iranun. And historical research say that he was a combination of both, because his mother was an Iranun and father was a Tausug. And when he became a Datu, he had loyalties, had allies from both ethnic groups. Okay, next slide. So the British disrespected the Muslims, the Moros, especially in the practice of their religion, and of course being famed as raiders, pirates, and mariners. Datu Tating plotted to avenge the honor of his people. Next slide. So again, they endured the maltreatment from the East India Company, and they also sought permission with the Sultan whether it is all right to oust the British. And of course, knowing the transgression of the British against fellow Muslims, as well as again, Balambagan might yet be an area for the further colonization of Sulu and the rest of Mindanao. The Sultan agreed that they would launch a jihad or a holy war against the British. Next slide. So around July 1778, if I'm not with the permission of the Sultan, Datu Tating organized a force of thousands of warriors from the Tausug and Iranun tribes. Next slide. And the British already knew that the Tating will attack from the sea, but Tating already landed, divided his force into two. 1,000 men would arrive by sea, and around 4,000 will arrive by land. They landed away from the fort, and they landed in the far area of Balambagan, and they hid in the jungle. Next slide. So 1,000 warriors arrived from the sea, and of course the 400 defenders were concentrated in fighting on the sea, and they left the rear unguarded. This was then 4,000 Chrismen burst from the forest behind the fort, and it only took around a maximum. The campaign only took 7 hours, but actually the fighting only lasted for about 1 hour. And there was a burst of cannon firing at the sea because they cannot fire on the land, because all of the defenders were firing on the sea. They were not defending their backs. And within an hour, the fort became silent, meaning all of them, most of the defenders were dead. Next slide. And the Datu Tating and his warriors captured 1 million pesos in cash. So 1 million pesos in cash during the 18th century, it's a big amount. And various weapons, supplies, and the British resident managed to escape to Labuan. Next slide. Yeah, the British resident managed to escape to Labuan on British East India Company vessel. Next slide. So though the British eventually had retaken the fort, Balambagan never recovered. It never recovered because of the threat of another raid from the Moros. And of course, there was also a blockade. So food supplies were blockaded, especially also aside from food, water was another problem, potable water. And by 1805, the fort was ordered closed permanently. Next slide. So what happened to Datu Tating? So Datu Tating later launched an offensive, this time against Zamboanga itself. But he did not succeed because of the thick walls and the more stout defenses in Fort Pilar in Zamboanga. So, according to historians, Datu Tating should be recognized as the first anti-colonial fighter in Borneo. He antedated people who fought for the recognition of the rights of the people of Sabah by at least 100 years. But he never got the recognition as a hero because he was not a Sabahan. He didn't come from North Borneo. Malaysian authorities not even want to mention him. Okay, next slide. This is what I was saying. So again, when Datu Tating destroyed the fort at Balambagan, he decided to attack Zamboanga, and he laid a long siege in Fort Pilar. And of course, the one weakness of the Moros is that they had no patience for long sieges, and after a while they withdrew. Okay, so that's what happened to Zamboanga. So it remained in Spanish hands. Okay, next slide. So again, had he succeeded, Zamboanga would have been taken over by the Moros, and the Zamboanga Peninsula would be Muslim again. In Spanish records, Datu Tating's name is spelled as Datu Teteng, and he's just a footnote in many history books. Again, history books written by Spaniards. Okay, so nothing more was ever heard of him after the siege of Fort Pilar. Next. Again, the historians of Borneo knew about him, and yet they do not recognize him as a hero. I think, as a conclusion, we should give the recognition given to Kudarat and Amay Pakpak to Datu Tating, and how he fought against British and Spanish imperialism. But again, as I said, practically nobody knows about him in the Philippines, except for a few scholars, and also the North Bornean historians do not even mention him in their books. Next slide. Okay, I think that was the final slide. So again, as a conclusion, so again, he deserves to be part of the Pantheon of Heroes. Back in 1995, the National Historical Commission erected statues of Sultan Kudarat in Luneta Park, and also there's a bust of Amay Pakpak. Amay Pakpak in also in Luneta, and of course I already mentioned that there's a statue erected for Sultan Kudarat in Isulan, the capital of Sultan Kudarat, and also there's a hospital and a military camp in Lanao del Sur named after Amay Pakpak, also known as Datu Akadir. But there's no memorial for Datu Teteng or Datu Tating. And he deserves to be part of the study of Mindanao history, and not just part of Mindanao history, but the history of the Philippines in North Borneo, the history of the Sultanate of Sulu, and also the history of Southeast Asia. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Sir Deviana, for that very comprehensive and insightful presentation about Dato Tating, the moral leader of the first anti-imperialist struggle in Borneo. And I would like to apologize to all our audience because in as much as we would like to answer all your questions, we are just going to do it in the chat room or in the chat section of YouTube and Facebook because of time constraint. What I'm going to do is to invite Professor Jeric Albela and Professor Augusto De Viana, and including Professor Janet Atutubo for the awarding of the certificates. Okay, so in behalf of the University of Santo Tomas, Office of the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation, and the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and the Humanities, the Certificate of Appreciation is collectively given to Emmanuel Jeric A. Albela, to Professor Augusto V. Debiana, and Professor Janet C. Atutubo for a valuable contribution in presenting research at the Dirkurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo, Filosofia, Historia, Literatura, Research Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities, University of Santo Tomas, given March 25, 2021, signed Associate Professor Maria Alexandra I. Chua, PhD, Director, UST RCCA. Thank you so much. And
Thank you
I
very
now
much.
turn,
It's a pleasure.
thank you, sir. Thank you, Jeric and Ma'am Janet. I now turn the floor to Professor Ipe Salvosa. Thank you so much, Sir Ipe.
Thank you, Dr. Resos. Thank you, Professor Arbela, and Doctors Deviana and Atutubo. We will be back in 5 minutes for our third panel, the literature panel. Stay tuned. Welcome back, viewers. We have a couple of interesting studies for our literature panel. May I now call on Assistant Professor Chuck Berry J. Pascual to moderate our third panel. Take it away, Chuck.
Thank you, Professor Salvosa. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce to you our speakers for the literature panel. Our first speaker teaches at the Faculty of Arts and Letters in the University of Santo Tomas. She earned her bachelor's degree in journalism from UST in 1986, master's degree in literature from the UST Graduate School in 2005, and doctorate degree in literature from Manuel L. Quezon University in 2012. She has two published books, Views Understanding Peoples and Cultures Through World Literatures and Voices, 21st Century Literature from the Regions and the World. She had two administrative appointments, Secretary of the Faculty of Arts and Letters in the academic years 2015 to 2016 and 2016 to 2017, and Chairperson of the Department of Literature and Humanities for 3 academic years, from 2012 through 2015. She's also a research associate at the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities of UST. She will present the paper titled Traslacion as Digital Imagined Community, Discoursing the Interface Between Religion and Media. Please welcome Dr. Luciana Orquiola. Our second speaker received his PhD in Spanish and Latin American Literature from Universidad de Salamanca. He is currently a faculty member of the Department of Literature of UST and specializes in both colonial and modern Philippine literature in Spanish, the history of the book, Latin American literature, and missionary linguistics. He has published annotated editions of Teodoro Calau's Hacia la Tierra del Zar and Dominican Father Buenaventura Campas' Journeys to Mayoyao and the Sierra Madre, Entre las Tribus de Luzon Central. More recently, he has edited two pioneering special issues on the field of Philippine literature in Spanish for the peer-reviewed journals Revista de Crítica Literaria Latinoamericana and Unitas, a special issue dealing with Trans-Pacific studies. He's also currently editing 3 special issues of Filipiniana Sacra devoted to the history of the church in the Philippines. His last books are More Hispanic Than We Admit, Volume 3, and En el Archipiélago de la Especieria. He has received research fellowships by the Huntington Library in California and the Lilly Library in the University of Indiana. He is a research fellow at RCCA since 2018. He will present the paper titled History, Propaganda, and Glory in the Dominican Chronicles of the Philippines. Please welcome Dr. Jorge Mojaro. And now let me call on our first speaker, Dr. Luciana Orquiola.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Dirkurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo. May I just share my presentation? The paper is titled Traslacion as a Digital Imagined Community, Discoursing the Interface Between Religion and Social Media. This paper had already 2 external engagements at the De La Salle Arts Congress in February 2020, which was featured in a roundtable discussion. Together with fellow presenter was Janet Grajo, a research associate also of the Research Center. And this paper is also included in the latest issue of the Journal of the Philippine Association for the Study of Culture, History, and Religion. The abstract reads, this study problematizes the interface between religion and social media in the observance of traslacion. Hegel's dialectics of the progression of the 3 suppositions, thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, makes sense of this intersection is in such a way that the synergy juxtaposes religion and social media, which when combined resolve their divergence, resulting to digital religion. Also called network religion, digital religion gives rise to religious communities such as the Traslacion, a procession that brings together a community of people who are all Black Nazarene devotees. Using Anderson's theory of imagined community, the study establishes the similar attributes between a political community and Traslacion. However, the concept of third space by Homi K. Bhabha and Media Arts Theory by Randall Packer crystallized the postulations that translation represents the fusion of the physical, the first space, and the remote, the second space, into a network place that can be inhabited by multiple remote users simultaneously or asynchronously, which is the third space. In this case, both physical and online dimensions of translation merge to form part of the digital imagined community. Seeing the overpowering impact of information technologies such as internet and social media, the Roman Catholic Church has since acknowledged the potential of digital communication for evangelization and catechesis. Circulars of the Pontifical Council have continuously expressed the Church exhortation for the use of social media for evangelization and catechesis. In his pontifical address titled The Christian Message in a Computer Culture, St. John Paul II challenged the church leaders that they ought to employ this remarkable technology in many different aspects of their church mission while also exploring opportunities for ecumenical and interreligious cooperation in its use. Similarly, in the Apostolic Letter on the Rapid Development, St. John Paul II put that in communications media, the Church finds a precious aid of spreading the gospel and religious values for promoting dialogue, ecumenical and interreligious cooperation, and also for defending those solid principles which are indispensable for building a society which respects the dignity of the human person and is attentive to common good. In the Philippines, Archbishop Socrates Villegas, the former president of the Catholic Bishop Conference of the Philippines, imparts in his message during the 2018 Catholic Social Media Summit that social media is power because it can teach, it can ignite, it can inspire. It is a powerful human invention that continues to evolve and get better every minute. This message has inspired many of the dioceses in the Philippines to use the best human inventions to spread across the teachings and activities of the church. As a result, there is now a larger cultural shift in the perception and practice of religion in society because of the new media utilized by religious practitioners. New media tools now support an open and fluid form of religious engagement, which redefines religious practice in contemporary life. It is in this context that Traslacion is discoursed. Traslacion is a yearly procession involving the return of the Black Nazarene from Quirino Grandstand, but it used to be housed in Intramuros, returning to Quiapo Church. It has a solid attendance that grows yearly. The last Traslacion managed to gather a crowd numbering to 2,373,000 devotees in 2020. However, there were also a big number of Catholic faithful who participated not in the actual procession but formed part of those who followed the Traslacion using the social media. The social media here refers to platforms, applications, and websites where users can post their own content and have it shared across the internet or the network public sphere. Now, the synergy between religion and social media gives way to digital religion. The continuous exhortation of the Church for the utilization of social communication tools for evangelization and catechesis has resulted to the synergy between religion and social media. Synergy is the combined power of a group of things when they are working together that is greater than the total power achieved by each working separately. An old saying, "The whole is greater than the sum of its parts," explains the basic meaning of synergy. In this study, religion is the content that is spread across humanity using the social media as a tool. The what combines with the how. Each other's potential is maximized because there is interaction or cooperation between them that produces a combined effect greater than the sum of their effects or separate parts. Following this line of thought, the synergy between religion and social media gives rise to digital religion. Okay, this is based on Hegel's dialectics, which explains the progression of three ideas or propositions: the concrete, the abstract, and the absolute. The concrete, the thesis, is a formal statement that illustrates a point. This then is negated by the abstract, the antithesis, resulting to the absolute, the synthesis, which resolves the contradiction between the two. As social media, the concrete, combines with the religion, the abstract, there is the juxtaposition of concepts in conflicting realms, but as they merge, the divergence is resolved because they produce a combined effect greater than the sum of their separate effects, which is the digital religion. In its simplest definition, digital religion is the practice of religion in the digital world. This pragmatic definition is modified by Helland, who elaborates that digital religion is a blending of all of the societal and cultural components we associate with religion, with all of the elements we associate with digital society. An academic definition comes from Heidi Campbell, who puts digital religion as a framework for articulating the evolution of religious practices online, which are linked to online and offline contexts simultaneously. She even coins the term network religion to highlight how religion is performed online and conceived of offline, illustrating how the online and offline religious spheres have become blended and integrated. Campbell made pioneer work in the interdisciplinary arc of social media, religion, and digital culture, which become known as digital religion studies. As a field of inquiry, digital religion studies explores common themes, theories, methods, and approaches to problematize how religion is lived out and understood in a variety of digitally mediated contexts. From these three areas of inquiry emerge religious identity, religious authority, and religious community. The last, that is religious community, provides trajectory to one of the major discussion of this study, translation as a religious community which has two domains, the physical and the digital. Translation vis-a-vis Anderson's concept of imagined community. Anderson's concept of imagined community is based on his definition of nation as a socially constructed community consisted of people who perceive themselves as part of the group. Anderson enumerates the four attributes of nation as imagined, limited, sovereign, and a community. These characteristics defining a nation are the same attributes that bolster the assertion that translation is also an imagined community. The parallelism between nation and translation is established when Anderson's definition of imagined community corresponds to the attributes of translation. First, as a political community, nation is imagined, which applies to the idea that people in a community do not know each other on a first name basis or may have not met them face to face for recognition, but they know they are part of a group with common identity. In the mind of each of them lives the image of communion. Translation is the same in the sense that the participants do not know each other, but they know they have a stamp of identity that belong to theirs as Black Nazarene devotees. The application of the term imagine has something to do with the composition of membership in a procession that never requires membership identification, but nonetheless these devotees know they belong and are part of the group. Second, nation as an imagined community is limited because it has finite borders or sense of boundaries. It can create finite lines and can determine who can say those who belong to that nation or who can take occupancy within those borders. In application, this means a nation can say who or which belong to whom by identity. This means that a nation restricts citizenship to its legitimate members only. This too can be said about Traslasyon as an imagined community because participation to it is limited, because the procession is something that exclusively belongs to its participants. The procession is a religious observance that is an invitation to those whose faith is exclusively practiced by Black Nazarene faithful. The devotion to the suffering Christ is the attribute that sets boundaries to the non-believers or even half-believers. Unless one owns to that faith, this devotee would not have the tenacity to last in the procession. Third, nation is sovereign, which means it has the full right and power to govern itself without interference from outside sources. This also refers to the will of the nation for self-determination. Traslasyon follows the same course since the participation of the people in the procession is also self-determined. Nobody in the procession of Traslasyon could claim that his or her participation is coerced or involuntary. A self-proclaimed devotee of the Black Nazarene makes a pronouncement that he/she freely joins and gives his presence in the Traslasyon, and this is propelled by pure devotion for the suffering Christ. This religiosity is not imposed upon each believer, but the faith comes from somebody whose heart is open and willing. Fourth, nation is an imagined community because there exists a sense of communion or horizontal comradeship among people who often do not know each other or have not even met. They are not likely to know most of their fellow members, meet them, or even hear of them, yet in the minds of each lives the image of their communion. Despite their differences, they imagine belonging to the same collectivity, and they attribute to the latter a common history, traits, beliefs, and attitudes. Similarly, Traslasyon is an imagined community composed of believers drawn by ardor to the suffering Christ, which illustrates the horizontal comradeship among devotees. The participation in Traslasyon entails a sense of communion among people who do not know each other. There is even a great probability too that they may have some differences with each other, yet they imagine belonging to the same collectivity because they are brought together by a common devotion, faith, and calling. What is remarkable in Traslasyon is the propelling force that brings millions of devotees, Filipino devotees, together in a physically grueling procession that can last for as long as 25 hours. Traslasyon as a digital imagined community. Unlike the actual Traslasyon, which has physical dimension with throngs of devotees joining the procession and participating in the performance of rituals, Traslasyon, the digital imagined community, has no physical aspect because this imagined community is indeed an imagined space that likens to the concept of third space by Homi K. Bhabha. Bhabha describes it as a transition space which enables hybrid identifications where new things come in existence. It is that third space, though unrepresentable in itself, which constitutes the discursive conditions of enunciations that ensure that the meaning and symbols of culture have no primordial unity or fixity, that even the same signs can be appropriated, translated, rehistoricized, and read anew. The third space is taken from the work of the influential cultural and post-colonial theorist Homi Bhabha. It refers to the interstices between colliding cultures or liminal space, which gives rise to something different, something new, and unrecognizable. A new area of negotiation of meaning and representation. In this in-between space, new cultural identities are formed, reformed, and constantly in a state of becoming. Okay? Now, this framework is sustained by Packer's media arts theory, Randall Packer, who postulated the media arts theory, which illustrates the fusion of the physical, which illustrates the fusion of the physical, the first space, and the remote, the second space, into a network space, the third space that can be inhabited by multiple remote users simultaneously or asynchronously. Following this opposition, Traslación, the digital imagined community, rests in that third space. The actual Traslación is in the first place, and those devotees who are far from Quiapo are in the second space. The third space emerges the moment the first space and the second space unite or collapse, which gives way to the fusion of the local and remote participants of Traslación. This third space is now inhabited collectively by both devotees near or far from Traslación who are geographically dispersed but nonetheless still engaged in the network interaction. Unlike Anderson's postulation that the imagined community is limited with marked boundaries, the digital imagined community in Traslación collapses these boundaries, where devotees feel engaged through the ability to defy distance and connect no matter where. The third space allows Black Nazarene devotees to transcend their spatial and geographical limitations. Anderson wrote about horizontal comradeship and shared collectivity by the members of the community who may not even meet or know each other. In the same way, Traslación devotees and participants would never know each other. However, if these devotees feel the fellowship and collectivity and develop a sense of identification with the beliefs and musings of fellow devotees, it proves that a community is being established despite the viral distance. Conclusion. The Church exhortation for the use of social media for evangelization and catechesis has paved the way for the synergy between religion and social media. This results to the new practice of religion in the digital world. Called digital religion, it offers a critical and systematic survey of the study of religion and the new media. One of the relevant areas of inquiry of digital religion is the digital online communities, which includes people gathered together who share the same practice of popular religiosity. The Traslación of the Black Nazarene is chosen to propel the discussion vis-a-vis Anderson's theory of imagined community. And in order to substantiate the discourse about Traslación as a digital imagined community, Baba's and Packer's postulations on the third space are applied. It is in the third space that the fusion between the virtual and the real dimensions of the Traslación takes place, collapsing barriers and allowing the Black Nazarene devotees to transcend spatial and geographical limitations. In the end, horizontal comradeship and sense of collectivity persist among members of the digital imagined communities despite the viral distance. Maraming salamat po. I am now turning you over to a co-presenter in the Department of Literature, RIG, and this is Dr. Mojaro, Jorge Mojaro. The chat room is yours now.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I will share my screen. What is here? Is working now? Yes, no? Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. First, I would like to start my talk by saying thank you to Doctora Sandy Chua, the current director of ERSICA, and also to the previous one, Doctora Joyce Arriola, because they both have supported very much my research activities since 2018. So the title of my paper, which is I expect to publish in September in Filipiniana Sacra, is History, Propaganda, and Glory in the Early Dominican Chronicles of the Philippines. What I do is not to address those texts as historical sources, but as literary devices. So my approach is completely different. I'm an scholar of colonial literature, which is something that is not really very developed in the Philippines, but it's a big research area in Latin America, in Europe, and also in the US. So, for example, here I'm showing in this first slide one of the many chronicles of the Philippines, which is very unknown for most scholars, which is the Crónica de la Provincia de San Gregorio, which is a 1,300 pages manuscript in the Franciscan archives in Madrid from 1624. So Chronicles of the Philippines were written during the Spanish period, and this is the most abundant kind of text published in Manila during the Spanish period. Some of them were not published in Manila; they were published in Madrid or in Mexico. But for example, Hidalgo Nuchera in 1998 listed 32 chronicles, both published and manuscript. However, I found more. There are more chronicles. For example, we have Rodrigo de San Miguel, which is the earliest recollect history of the Philippines. We have also Francisco Moreno, which is actually the first Filipino historian. He was a mestizo, Historia de la Santa Iglesia Metropolitana de Manila. Then Juan de Bustamante, who was an accountant. Well, actually, I discovered a few months ago who is the author of this history. It's the earliest history of the Philippines, and this is this picture that you can see is from the Lee Library in Indiana. I think so far is the earliest history of the Philippines. It's a civil history. It's not a religious history. And then we have another one by Francisco Gombes, also in the Lee Library, which is El Gobernador Deseado, which is a history of the governance of Manrique de Lara, no, in the middle 17th century. So there are a lot of texts that need to be addressed, to be studied, to be republished, and actually what we lack is scholars, no? And of course they need to be also not only transcribed and annotated, they need to be translated, no? Because the Filipinos need to, I think they need to read it. And here we have more chronicles, no? And in the left is the history of Mindanao and Jolo by Francisco Gombes as well, which is a natural history rather. Then in the middle is a civil history in 14 volumes by Juan de la Concepcion, a recollect. Those are 14 volumes. Needless to say, I only read like 2. And then we have, for example, the first Augustinian history of the Philippines by Juan de Medina, which is a very interesting text. And also in that volume is included the history of the uprising of the people of Bigan, this rebellion against the Spaniards in 1764 by Pedro de Vivar. No? So we have a lot of texts, and that need to be addressed. Okay, when we talk about ecclesiastical chronicles and we look at those long titles, people usually may think that those texts are extremely boring, tedious, annoying to read, and this is what I thought too before. And now when you start reading them, and you find a lot of interesting information. For example, you can find civil affairs, you can find history of wars, you can find natural calamities like earthquakes, typhoons, volcanoes, floods, things like that. And then, of course, missionary history, the first conversion to Catholicism of the indigenous people, biographies of outstanding people, also miracles, extraordinary events, and of course, many gossips. So those are extraordinary sources to understand the social development of the Philippines. And regarding the Dominican order, the order of preachers, so they were actually from all the Catholic orders that arrived to the Philippines during the Spanish period. They were the most consistent and disciplined when it came to publishing their histories, which is an official history. Each history started where the previous one ended. So in 1640, Diego de Duarte, that was published in Manila. Baltasar Santa Cruz, Salazar, Collantes, and then finally it's a very it's a big, very long history by the fathers Ferrando a Fonseca. All of them, these 6 priests were professors at the University of Santo Tomas. Here you can see the covers of the first 4 chronicles. So on the left, the first one is was printed in 1640. Is the history by Diego da Duarte. The second one is the only one not printed in Manila. It was printed in Zaragoza, in Spain. But it's the history by Baltasar de Santa Cruz. Then we have the third history printed in Manila, 1742. By Domingo de Salazar and Vicente de Salazar, and then we have the one by Domingo Collantes in 1783. Okay. So what do I do with those texts? I would like to comment a bit about how do I approach those texts. So in order to look at the literary nature of the Dominican chronicles produced during the 17th century in the Philippines and proceed to a partial textual analysis, it must be taken in consideration the reflections of Hayden White. Hayden White is a very famous theoretician of historical texts, and he said that for example, that the historian before, especially before, was above all a storyteller. So we have to understand history is not like objective narrations, but like somehow texts that have a big amount of fiction. So historians, the historian was above all a storyteller, and the historical sensibility was manifested in the capacity to make a plausible story out of congeries of facts which, in their unprocessed form, made no sense at all. White emphasizes how the historian builds a specific plot in connection with a set of historical events in order to configure a concrete historical situation, tragic, dramatic, ironic, parodic, etc. White explicitly claims that this is a literary, even fiction-making operation. Moreover, White adds that, here's in the slide, the older distinction between fiction and history, in which fiction is conceived as a representation of the imaginable and history as the representation of the actual, must give place to the recognition that we can only know the actual by contrasting it with or likening it to the imaginable. Also, another person who have a literary approach to colonial texts is Rolena Adorno from University of Yale. She mentioned that Adorno seems to agree with White's claim on the fictional nature of historical texts when studying Latin American colonial literature by saying that the writing of the Indies, even those that presumably narrated historical events, are better characterized as polemical or moralistic narratives than as objective history, and also for how they are best studied by examining the persuasive features of the representation, not by attempting to confirm or accepting the claims to the truthfulness of the events narrated. Therefore, as a literary researcher, I'm not so interested in the truth of the historical event narrated, but rather in the discursive strategies of the authors in order to offer a credible and plausible text, because it is precisely there where the fictional features are found and the very writing process and subsequent publication is justified. So here we have, for example, in the case of the first Dominican chronicler of the Philippines, he actually, since 1629, he published little books which had around between 15 and 40 pages, which were actually advancements, like installments of the big chronicle that finally was published after he died. So here we have a chronicle for 1629, another in 1631, another in 1633. So he was giving like advances of his big Dominican history of the Philippines. And one of the curious things about this history is that the chronicle is divided in 2 books and 139 chapters in total. Nearly half of the chronicle is devoted to the events of or lives of missionaries who live in the Philippines, while the rest deals with the proper foundation of the Dominican province, the adventures of Duarte in Cambodia, the establishment and the Dominican establishment in northern Formosa, the failed attempts to open a mission in China, and the bloody incidents in Japan, the martyrdoms. However, only 15 chapters properly deal with what, in my opinion, is the most interesting issue: how the Dominican missionaries founded their missions in the Philippines. So one of the most striking issues in the success in is the success in converting the natives. The rules of the order do not say too much about how to proceed when they open a new mission. Duarte provides a general view of the modus operandi, but it does not did not say a word about the details. That is, concrete scenes dealing with the proper approach and encounter with the so-called infieles. No, for example, in chapter 48 of the second book, he deals with the conversion of the Mandarin people with this statement. No? Although conversions of the kingdoms of Japan and China turns slighter much missionary effort in Spain, since these kingdoms are so magnificent and summons many noble spirits, that is not the only conversion, nor ought the others to be despised, where the Lord more quietly and perhaps in a humbler way works marvelous effects among the heathen who are converted, and also among the ministers who profit greatly by so a noble work. So it's trying to highlight the successes that the Dominicans are having in the Philippines, while at the same time they are failing in other territories in Southeast Asia, specifically in Japan and China. So we have also this document by Miguel de Benavides in 1601, published in Valencia, who deals with the situation of the Dominican province in the Philippines. He says, he writes, when the friars arrived in Pangasinan, the natives could not wait to kick them out. They asked often when the friars will leave and refused to provide them food. In such a situation, they suffered during 3 years, having several hardships. All the five friars felt ill, and the main thing is no one was converting to our holy faith. Only after 3 years, when they allowed boys to be baptized, but no girls, they started to believe in the friars. And the reason that God provided was that the natives saw the lifestyle of the friars, their fasts and their penitences and their patience, and the fact that they never hurt anyone, but they used to help. After that, the natives stopped to be distant and started to believe what they were saying. So, as you can see, there is a narration of how they started their missions, and at the beginning, clearly, it wasn't that successful, no. And he talks also about the conversion, for example, of the Mandarin people, no. And in this, for example, Mandarin people is were an ethnic group that were living in what is today Apayao. He said, according to the chronicler, it seems that the outstanding qualities of the preacher of this mission among the Mandalorian people are the only cause of the acceptance of the new religion. By reducing the success to this sole factor, a holy one, the reader is deprived of any other explanation that could explain the behavior of the Mandalorian people, like the wish to have peaceful trade relations with the nearby Catholic towns or the need for protection against threatening neighbors. A sense of unidirectional predestination permeates the whole chronicle. Moreover, in the dynamics of the narration, there is an underlying assumption that is reminded to the reader every now and then. That is, the success of the mission is not the consequence of the efforts of Dominican missionaries, because they are just the instruments of God. In the same way, any hardship, obstacle, and failure is never explained by ineptitude of the missionary or the unwillingness of the native people, but by the direct interference of the devil, desperate to see his losing ground in the province of the Holy Rosary. So, for example, here about the presence of the devil, though Father Geronimo was eager to carry out the orders to go to the land of the Mandayas, of the chapter, provincial chapter, he was unable to do so until the beginning of September, on account of the obstacles placed in his way by the devil, who saw how much he was to lose by the expedition. He finally embarked to go up the river with one of his companions, Father Luis de Oñate. Okay, so you can see in this fragment that how the narration of the conversion of the natives is the framework is the fight between the evil and the God and the good. Okay, that's the main thing. Everything good that happens is thanks to God and the mediation of the missionaries, and everything bad is not the fault of the natives. Is the mediation of the devil. And there are so many miracles. I'm gonna skip this. Also, for example, there is they make a distinction about how difficult it is to convert certain people in certain areas, how easier is to convert people in certain areas. In the case of Easy Nice, then they call the Dominicans to be converted, no? But it's not truly explained the real reason. And it could be something else. It could be something more strategic for them. Like the Easy Nice were in an area where they were continuously attacked by neighboring ethnic groups. So it might happen that actually they asked for friars because they wanted to have protection from the Spaniards. Here, in the case of Baltasar de Santa Cruz, we find a different approach. Baltasar Santa Cruz is for example, is more concerned on accusing the civil government for the failures in the failures in the conversion of people. No, for example, there was a massacre in the same mission that of the Mandayas in Apayao. He said the Taran natives had to charge so heavy things over their shoulders that they finally gave up, especially because of the bad treatment given by the corporal of the fort. This is a military man, and that blew out the mind of their feelings for having the corporal punished for the corporal punished the wife of a principal for something she did and she disliked it, and forced her to stay one whole day milling rice. As a consequence of this humiliation, this woman and her husband were the instigators of the rebellion. So they killed all the Spanish soldiers, which were 15, and they only left the friar alive, and they sent him in a boat in a river to what is today Lalo. Okay, there is another version. For example, we have another more history that was not published by Father Francisco de Paula and de Los Angeles, and it has never been transcribed. And I don't know any other. And only one book I know so far that is quoting this manuscript history. He has another version of the events. While they were showing their worst ferocity and softness of heart, they softened when they saw the priest, and they even carried his things to the boat, confirming with facts what they were saying loudly, that their anger was not against the father whom they loved, but against the soldiers, especially the corporal, who was hated by everybody and whose misbehavior they wanted to revenge. So basically, there was a rationality behind the behavior of the Mandayan people, and the Frayas were able to see that, and they actually very often we find in those ecclesiastical chronicles that the chroniclers do not side with the civil government; they side more often with indigenous people. I will continue a bit more. Then we have another history that actually I'm transcribing in Filipiniana Sacra. I already more or less the half already published the last year, and it has a 3 parts: a general introduction, a catalog of martyrs, and a catalog of friars. No. In this text, for example, we find what happened to the widow of Lorenzo Ruiz, no, the blessed, the martyr, no, the first Filipino martyr, no, and also in Peguero, for example, unlike in other historians, he's not highlighting actually the conversions. In this compendio by Father Peguero, he's actually emphasizing the martyrs, okay, which is a bit contradictory, because the goal of the Dominican province is actually to convert people, but he's highlighting the martyrdoms because for strategic reasons, it was more it was better it was a better way to portray Dominicans in front of the Pope as people that is willing to die for their faith. No? So we can see there is a different strategies among each Dominican historian. For example, Duarte is a more classical, has a more classical view, no, and there is a fight between the God and the evil, no, and is very much focused in the holy search of the conversion of native people, no. Santa Cruz, in the other side, is very much focused into how the government is delaying and making difficult the work of the missionaries, no. In Peguero, for example, this last manuscript is very curious because you can see that there is a competition for sacrifices, no. Peguero wants to highlight that the Dominican order is the one with more martyrs, no. So you can see that if you read between the lines, you can see that ecclesiastical chronicles cannot be read and like we cannot believe simply what they are saying. We have to understand why they are saying, why they choose a certain episode, and why they are narrating that episode in a certain manner. No, so in my opinion, ecclesiastical chronicles are better understood as textual tools of institutional power. No, so the Dominican order is working as an institution looking for prestige. No, looking for new friars that come from Spain or from New Spain, sorry. So this is all I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moharo and Dr. Urquiola. And now, are you going to proceed with open forum or with everybody? You can type your questions in the chat box, and our speakers can answer them. Okay, so since we are still waiting for the questions, let me ask the first question. This is for Dr. Urquiola.
Go ahead.
In the context of wait lang. In the Philippines, we have so many events, be they cultural, religious, and others, as seen in our fiestas, processions, etc. would you say that they may be categorized the same as the translation if we look at them from the lens of Anderson's theory?
The four characteristics must be there first for this to be considered an imagined community. It must be imagined, limited, with sovereignty, and a community in the true sense of the word. Those four requirements must be present before they can be considered a community as postulated in the theory of imagined community by Anderson. Dapat nandoon yung apat. Imagined in the sense that even without facial recognition, or even you are not on a first name basis with the members of the community, you know you belong because there is this sense of collectivity. Parang Tomasian community, hindi naman natin kilala lahat who are the members, each one of the members in the Tomasian community, but we know we belong to this yellow family or yellow community because of a sense of collectivity. Limited in the sense na dapat Tomasian ka. If you are a student, dapat bona fide students, regularly enrolled, or if you are an employee or a faculty, yan. So limited, may exclusivity ang kanyang membership. Sovereign, ibig sabihin yung we go there as voluntary, no coercion whatsoever. Like in translation, all the participants knew of the grueling procession that lasts for 20 hours, but they are not coerced. They go there with willingness, with open willingness. And lastly, translation is an imagined community, or any community for that matter. There must be this horizontal comradeship shared despite of the differences. There is this sense of collectivity. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Luz. The next question is for Dr. Moharo. This is from Professor Salvosa. Are some historians justified in so easily discarding these friar chronicles?
Please, can you repeat again? Sorry.
Are some historians justified in so easily discarding these friar chronicles?
It's not that they are discarded, it's that they are not well known, and people sometimes don't even know their existence. And many of them are in a manuscript still. So it's a hard task to go to an archive, to make the transcription, to write an introduction, to add the footnotes, and then for the Philippines specifically, it's even needed a translation. It's a very hard task. So it's usually historians that are, sometimes they take a fragment when they need it. That's it. And it's not a real recovery of the text.
I see. Thank you, Dr. Moharo. I think we have another question. This is for this one is from Mr. Ralph Sekito from the UST Literature Department. This is again for Dr. Orquiola. Ma'am, this is the question. Given the circumstance that the world faces in the time of Corona, how do you see these new ways of religious performativity vis-a-vis the traditions that have been extant for quite some time? Does this negate the authenticity of the religious practice or devotional relationship, or does it enrich the practice or tradition or the idea of piety?
Can you flash? Sorry, I got so distracted. Can you reread
it's a
again?
long question.
Okay. So how do you see the new ways of religious performativity vis-a-vis the traditions that have been extant for quite some time? With regards to translation, there was no let up except 2021. 2020 was the last translation, but the social media and the continuous exhortation of the church for the use of media for catechesis and religious functions have actually resulted to a more dynamic practice of faith, hindi ba? So now that we have the pandemic, all the more that the social media becomes more functional, At hindi ba, even in the absence of masses, ganyan, meron tayong tinatawag na act of spiritual communion. Even if we do not receive, say for example, no, even if we do not receive the host, but by the fact that in this remote conscious of our, even in the remote region of our consciousness, we are one with Christ. I think, despite of the geographical, physical limitations, at this point, the media helps our religiosity to truly deepen. It is at this point, at the darkest hour, that faith triumphs. So napakalaki ng tulong ng religion. I don't know if that's the question, but napakalaki ng tulong ng social media. Okay, in the perception and practice of religion at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Urquiola. Now we have a final question, and I think this is also for Dr. Urquiola.
Thank you.
This is from Professor Ralph Galan. As two forms of third space utilized by religion, what are the similarities and differences between teleevangelization and social media in the coverage of traslasyon? What are the similarities and differences between teleevangelization and social media in the coverage of traslasyon? I think it's trying to
ang nakita ko, they are one and the same, Ralph, no? In aid of the practice of traslasyon, which is not possible. Halimbawa, nandito ako sa QC, ang traslasyon nasa Quiapo, from Quirino Grandstand to Quiapo. The oneness that I have, despite the location, is the same way that we practice tele-evangelization. I think they are one and the same. No? Parang maski malayo, despite of the viral distance, we are able to be one with those people who are undergoing grueling procession of the suffering Christ, despite of the viral distance. Kasi yun naman ang faith Faith really traverses. Faith navigates distance. So, for as long as one has this faith and one has the social media, tele-evangelization, and the witnessing of traslasyon in our respective niches or homes would be one and the same. Religion is practiced in aid of a social media. Isn't that the same in tele-evangelization?
All right. Thank you, Dr. Urquiola. Thank you, Dr. Moharo, for your wonderful lectures. Now we go on to the awarding of the certificate. Let me read the citation. From the University of Santo Tomas, Office of the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation, and the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities, this certificate of appreciation is awarded to Associate Professor Luciana Urquiola, PhD, and Associate Professor Jorge Moharo, PhD, for their valuable contributions in presenting research at the Dirkurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo, Filosofia, Historia, Literatura of the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities of the University of Santo Tomas, signed this 25th of March 2021 by the Director of RCICA, Associate Professor Maria Alexandra I. Chua, PhD. Thank you both.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Now, thank you. And now I call on our MC, Professor Salvosa.
Thank you, Drs. Pascual, Urquiola, and Moharo. Thank you to the viewers who actively participated in the open forum. Stay tuned. We will be back in 5 minutes for our main lecture to be delivered by an international scholar on global history and cultural studies, Dr. David Irving. Welcome back. And now, for the most awaited lecture of our research event. Our guest speaker is an ICREA research professor in musicology based in the Instituto Mila y Fontanals in Barcelona, Spain. He holds a PhD in musicology from the University of Cambridge and is the author of Colonial Counterpoint, Music in the Early Modern Manila, published by Oxford University Press in 2010. He is the co-editor of 18th Century Music and co-general editor of the six-volume series A Cultural History of Western Music, to be published next year by Bloomsbury. He received the Jerome Roche Prize from the Royal Musical Association in 2010 and the Macready Musicological Award from the Australian Academy of the Humanities in 2015. His new monograph, Transitory Sounds Performing Praxis of Global Music History, is a forthcoming publication of the University of Michigan Press. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you our distinguished speaker, Dr. David Irving. Welcome, David.
Good morning. Magandang umaga. It's morning here in the UK where I currently am. It's a great pleasure to join you all for this wonderful event, and I'm very grateful for the invitation to participate. I have a slideshow which we're going to share on the screen. I will begin by reading out the abstract because I know that some of you have been able to see the abstract booklets, but I'm not sure if everybody has this. So I'm going to talk today about the idea of researching global music history during the era of COVID-19. My abstract is as follows. In 2003, ethnomusicologist Thomas Torino proposed reserving the term global to refer to environmental, social, and cultural phenomena that have an impact on all people in all places. The emergence of the COVID-19 virus and its rapid spread worldwide certainly fits into this category. The pandemic and its social and economic repercussions appear to have been experienced by everybody, and there have been profound transformations in cultural practices within a relatively short space of time. To take the musical arts as just one example, it is clear to see that practices of studying, teaching, and researching have moved overwhelmingly online, and in some cases, perhaps irreversibly. This transition comes at a pivotal time for the emerging musicological field of global music history, also known as global history of music, for which a number of professional study groups were formed in 2019, just before the pandemic. In this presentation, I will reflect on ways in which the new normal, the theme of the research fortnight for this year, has impacted on research in global music history. And some of these impacts will, of course, reach further into other areas of humanities research in general. Can we please have the next slide? So, as I mentioned, in 2019, international societies, including the American Musicological Society, the International Musicological Society, and also the International Council for Traditional Music, all created formal study groups for global music history, or the global history of music. Now, I believe that there is a slight difference between the way those phrases are expressed, but I will leave that aside for the moment because it becomes quite semantic, but we can discuss that in the questions at the end. The Society for Ethnomusicology also runs a section called Historical Ethnomusicology, which predates many of these study groups run by the AMS, the IMS, and the ICTM. However, historical ethnomusicology has really referred to different forms of investigation from the kinds of research promoted by the global music history study groups. Could we have the next slide, please? Now, these study groups didn't emerge out of nothing, as it were. They were preceded by a great deal of investigation by a great number of people, especially spearheaded by this project run by Reinhard Strom and funded by the Balzan Prize Foundation. In 2012, Reinhard Strom was awarded the Balzan Prize for Musicology. You can Google the history of the Balzan Prize. It's a little bit different from Nobel Prizes, but it's a Swiss-Italian foundation that gives awards for scholars who have really made huge contributions over the course of their careers to various areas of research. Now, part of the prize is devoted to creating a new research program, which will involve a great many other scholars who are in early or mid-career stages. Now, in the case of Reinhardt's project, he created a network of study centers in Oxford, London, Berlin, Vienna, Zurich, and Jerusalem. And over the 4 years of the project, 2013 to 2016, he had an enormous number of research visitors from all over the world, engaging in many kinds of global history research. Now, it's very important to note the towards part of his title. Reinhardt was always very keen to emphasize that he was not advocating a global history of music, but he was thinking about approaches to global histories of music, and I will discuss that in a little more detail in a moment. Could we have the next slide, please? Now, this has resulted in 3 book publications or collections of essays by all of the research visitors on these projects, and they have been published at various stages throughout the course of the project. And the last one on the right, Transcultural Music History, was launched just a few weeks ago in Oxford. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, it's important also to realize that global music history is a relatively a recent idea in the virtual world as well as in the in-person world of musicology. In my research notes, I've always noticed that in March 2010, I Googled for global history of music in quotation marks. And I received just one result in March 2010. There was a handful of results for global music history in quotation marks. Now, this was very surprising to me at the time, because as I'll discuss, there has been a great deal of interchangeability of terminology. Many scholars have referred to world histories of music and histories of world music. These relate to many other kinds of endeavors, including a UNESCO funded project into the idea of creating a world history of music. But by November 2016, there were already 111,000 results for global history of music. As of this morning, I just checked again, and for global history of music in quotation marks, there were 668,000 results, and global music history 305,000 results. So that is really quite a remarkable fluorescence of activity and recognition of this concept within the space of 1 decade. Actually, we're still in March at the moment, so we're talking about 11 years. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, what is global music history, or the history of the global history of music? It's very important to de-link this from notions of a binary that separates Western music history and world music history. And this has long been the dichotomy that has simplistically characterized the division between what we call historical musicology and ethnomusicology. And it's been very problematic for about half a century because it has created assumptions that historical musicology focuses on European or European-derived music cultures in the past, and that ethnomusicology focuses on everything else in the living present. Now, we want to move away from that binary, and you may recall those ethnomusicologists and musicologists among you may recall an essay by Nicholas Cook called "We Are All Ethnomusicologists Now," with the first part of the word ethnomusicology, the ethno in brackets. Now, this has created a lot of interaction between the disciplines, and there's been a lot of productive dialogue about moving away from these traditional binaries. So the global history of music does not simply mean the history of non-European musics either. Rather, it's research into musical connections between communities or distant places, or global contexts of local practices according to new evidence or interpretations that have global implications. Also, it is not just the task of locating data. It's the task of analyzing and thinking critically about the macro historical meaning of those data. Next slide, please. And if history in general is the critical interpretation of the past, then the global history of music is not a singular narrative of world music, not even multiple narratives. Rather, global history is a point of view or a perspective. And it's important to note that long before musical scholars became interested in global history was very much a field of its own within history with a capital H, that is general history, not simply music history. Next slide, please. And two of the scholars who have written quite extensively about this issue, Jürgen Osterhammel and Niels Petersen, they distinguish between what they called world history and global history. And they write, world history is the history of the various civilizations, especially their internal dynamics and a comparison of them, whereas global history is the history of contacts and interactions between these civilizations. Next slide, please. So this is my personal view of global music history. There are, of course, many diverse definitions of how this works. For me, the global history of music is a history and interpretation of the past that takes into account global contexts, connections between communities or distant places, in its analysis of a musical phenomenon in any place. And most importantly, it can either be macro history, looking at huge geographical spaces over vast lengths of time. For instance, looking at exchange between the Philippines and Mexico over the Pacific Ocean during the period of the galleon trade. Or it can be global microhistories. And a microhistory might be looking at a specific musical practice in Manila, for example, in the 17th century, and trying to understand what were the global patterns and processes that had an impact on the emergence of that practice, or how that practice actually interacted with global patterns or processes. And some people have referred to this as keyhole history. So looking at the life of an individual, for example, as John Paul Gabriel, a historian of the Ottoman Empire, has pointed out very clearly in his study of a Babylonian priest who traveled to Latin America in the 17th century and wrote the first Arabic language account of Latin America. That was Ilyas of Babylon. Looking at the life of an individual is like looking through a keyhole into a whole room of worldviews and perspectives of that time and the way that we interpret and analyze them today. The next slide, please. Now, in my abstract, I refer to Thomas Torino, and Thomas Torino's wonderful article of 2003, I think, is highly, highly relevant to discussions of what global music history is today. And I would like to see it discussed more, actually, by global historians of music in the various study groups of the various societies. And this was his article, Are We Global Yet? Globalist Discourse, Cultural Formations and the Study of Zimbabwean Popular Music, published in the British Journal of Ethnomusicology, which is the older name for the journal Ethnomusicology Forum. Now, he was studying how different kinds of trans-state formations impacted on the circulation and understanding of certain musical genres. And he wanted to distinguish between a bland use of the term global as a synonym for international and so on. He wanted to distinguish that from the idea of cosmopolitanism in music. And he concluded that really there were many forms of cosmopolitanism amongst elite members of communities in the kinds of Zimbabwean popular musics that he was studying. And I'll just quote from him, from the introduction to his article. Nowadays, writing in 2003, the word global is sometimes used as a synonym for transnational or international, or simply foreign. Following the Oxford English Dictionary, I want to reserve the term global to describe phenomena that literally encompass the geography and population of the globe. Next slide, please. By this definition, the holes in the ozone, the potential of nuclear war, and global warming are indeed global problems because they affect everyone everywhere. The events of childbirth and sunrise are global. Radio may, by now, almost be global. End of quote. Now, of course, he's distinguishing between the breadth and the depth of global influences. So certain musical practices, for example, might have a broad reach and reach very far, but they might only reach certain levels of population and not have a deep impact on all people. And this is where he wanted to distinguish globalism from cosmopolitanism. So kind of a surface level global connection in various forms of popular music he saw as operating within the networks of cosmopolitan trans-state formations and not having a far-reaching impact on everyone everywhere. Next slide, please. Now, I think we can all agree, we're all familiar with all of the news stories about COVID-19 from the beginning of 2020 and also in the months preceding January 2020. We can all agree, I think, that it has had a breadth and depth of repercussions throughout the world, social, economic, cultural, and obviously health repercussions throughout the world that are deep as well as broad. We've seen lockdowns spreading throughout the world, an increase in online activity, a decrease in travel, a decrease in in-person gatherings, and a decrease in physical contact. Not only contact between people, but contact between people and objects, and then those objects and other people. So these are having massive repercussions on the way that musicians operate and that society operates in general. Next slide, please. It is also affecting the way musicologists conduct research. And I want to stress that I'm talking about all of musicology and not just global music history. Many live musical events and tours have been cancelled for musicians. Many professional musicians throughout the world are seriously considering other career options as the main form of their livelihood is being curtailed in so many ways. There are also very interesting impacts of social distancing and new spatial arrangements for musical performance, and especially very creative ways of forming new ensemble performances online using different kinds of editing software. Next slide, please. Now, one of the great benefits of more online activity for musicologists is the way that it has democratized effects of online meetings, especially because travel no longer becomes an obstacle to face-to-face participation, albeit virtual, such as we're having now. The main issues are really the access to suitable technology and the idea of being in the right time zone at the right time. Many people are experiencing a kind of stay-at-home jet lag as they're up at different times to join events at different parts of the world. The next slide, please. There is another main issue that arises as we look at how researchers are changing their practice in the era of COVID, and this is the question of digital versus physical resources. This is a major concern for scholars working on topics that require archival primary sources. And in the previous paper, we saw a lot of pictures of those kinds of sources, the early manuscripts and printed books. Now, many more digital resources are now available compared to the decades of the 2000s or 2010s. I'm thinking especially of the fluorescence of Google Books. I'm very grateful to Dr. Mojarro for showing the facsimiles of various 17th and 18th century publications in his paper just a moment ago, because those kinds of sources, including Filipiniana, were not available on Google Books in the 2000s, and it was only in the 2010s that they became fully searchable. Not all of them, I hasten to add. And many libraries and archives have also digitized those kinds of printed books. However, many sources are not in digital form, and I'm thinking especially of the manuscript chronicles that remain in archives around the world, and it's simply impossible to access those at the moment, despite the vast digitization projects that have been carried out by various governments and state organizations. I'm thinking especially of PARES, the Spanish system of accessing digital archives online. But the amount of archival material that is there is simply so vast that only a fraction is currently available in digital form. But it has been very impressive to note over the past year how new forms of sharing information have sprung up on social media, and how there is increased use of resources such as archive.org. Now, these forms of sharing and these forms of digital access have been there before the time of COVID, but I think that the increase of their use and the increase of our reliance of them has just accelerated exponentially and in an unprecedented manner. I will just share with you some of my own experiences in Barcelona last year in the middle of March, just over 12 months ago. When the lockdown happened in Barcelona, it was sudden, and I remember being able to go out for dinner on a Friday night, and then suddenly the next day it was necessary to stay at home, a complete lockdown for the following 8 to 10 weeks. And there was virtually no warning of this. So at the time, for example, I was writing an essay on Bartolomé de las Casas, and it was possible to access a great deal of information online through printed and manuscript digitized sources, but by no means was it possible to access a lot of relevant materials, and there was so much that it was impossible to access. So this resulted in a lot of correspondence with a lot of scholars, and it actually resulted in new forms of sharing information and correspondence. So sort of we have a new republic of letters these days, I think, in the academic world. It's the republic of emails, I guess. The next slide, please. There is a serious challenge for ethnography as well. Music researchers engaging in ethnographic work, so ethnomusicologists and sociologists of music, have a different set of challenges. And I want to stress that global music history is not just about text-based research. It's obviously a very broad area that brings the ethnographic dimension into it in a very important way. The challenges of being unable to carry out face-to-face ethnographic work are being mitigated by the democratizing efforts of online interaction. Talking by Zoom and Skype have become more normalized and acceptable forms of official communication. And I think in the case of many scholars who would have resisted the pitfalls that we all are so familiar with now, such as communication problems or connection problems, everyone is very much used to these now, and there's a great deal of tolerance for these issues. Next slide, please. The lack of immersion in another cultural setting poses a challenge for this kind of ethnographic research, however. And I think this is something that we're going to feel the repercussions of over the next decade or so. We often, I've written sometimes there, but I think we often use the term armchair researchers to refer to scholars writing about music from other parts of the world without actually traveling there. And this was especially the case for comparative musicologists. Comparative musicology is the disciplinary forebear of ethnomusicology. And ethnomusicology emerged in around 1950 to replace essentially comparative musicology. A lot of comparative musicologists in the early 20th century sat in places like Vienna or Berlin and waited for phonograph recordings or wax cylinder recordings to be sent to them and to study these in various ways. And this was from actually around 1890 onwards that the phonograph was being used in ethnomusicological fieldwork. And so these comparative musicologists relied on these being sent to them. And they're often referred to as armchair researchers who relied on the transmission of data and information by others to them, and often quite unreliable information written by travelers who perhaps had little or no musical training. And so this is very much the difference between comparative musicology and ethnomusicology in a very broad generalized sense. I'm just making a broad generalization here. There are, of course, many exceptions. Ethnomusicology sought to be fieldwork-based research, in situ research, relativistic research that took another culture on its own terms and studied music within that culture on its own terms. The next slide, please. So it might be asked several years from now, what deep knowledge of cultural context is being lost or has been lost through the need to stay at home and to maintain social distancing? So that is a very big question. We don't really know the full extent of what this effect on the lack of in-person ethnographic research will be for the discipline. However, at the same time as the pandemic has emerged in 2020, we've seen the flourishing of movements for decolonization and decoloniality in various disciplines, not only in the humanities, but also in the social sciences and the sciences. And this is really one of the main points of my presentation today, is that despite the impact of staying at home and being really physically limited in the kinds of in-person research we can do, it is the democratization afforded by technological platforms, or at least the people who have access to technological platforms, that has the capacity to make a more diverse range of voices heard. And a key word there is capacity. The capacity is there. Is the question of how that capacity is used and how diverse voices are implementing technology in the process of decoloniality. Now, this brings with it also the challenge of algorithms and the way digital information is manipulated for political or economic ends. And so these are great challenges that we have to bear in mind. Next slide, please. So in the second part of this presentation, I would like to refer to an article that I published last year. It was called "The Continuing Necessity of Primary Archival Research, a Personal Reflection." And this is the publication to which Dr. Chuck Berry-Pascual is going to respond a little later today. Please feel free to write to me for a copy of this article if you're unable to access it. I should just point out the context in which this article was written. It came out of a special conference held to celebrate the 80th birthday of musicologist Janice B. Stockett. Next slide, please. Thank you. And Janice Stockett is based at the University of Melbourne. She's a world-leading expert on the 18th century Bohemian composer Jan Dismas Zelenka. However, she's also published extensively on colonial music cultures in 19th century Australia and on performance practice in general. And what I have called the Stockett School refers to the researchers she has supervised or collaborated with over the course of her career. And I've listed a few of the main areas in which these researchers have been involved: 17th and 18th century music culture, aesthetics, performance practice, organology, anthropological and emotional dimensions of ritual and ceremony, paleography, political history, and reception studies. Now, in the article that I wrote, I mentioned that Jan has always joked that her work has been labeled as positivistic. That is the idea of positivism, or the ongoing gathering of data and production of chronicles. And I've always jokingly disagreed. Well, actually, sincerely, I should say. Jan has joked about positivism, and I have sincerely disagreed with her and said that her work is not positivistic, that it actually broaches many important aspects of cultural study. And really, it is the question of how do primary archival data relate to the kinds of work we do. And in the article, next slide, please, I mentioned the famous book of historian Richard J. Evans, In Defense of History, which was published in 1997. Now, this is a book that I've been quite familiar with for quite some time, simply through the accident of my name. Richard Evans was a key witness in a legal court case involving a British writer called David Irving, who has the same name as me, no relation. Irving was writing about Nazi Germany, and in many of his writings, he sought to present differing interpretations of the Holocaust. And he was named as a Holocaust denier by historian Deborah Lipstadt. And so Irving tried to sue the historian Deborah Lipstadt and her publisher, Penguin Books, for libel. Now, Richard J. Evans, in a fantastic feat of primary archival research, spent 2 years researching all of his writings and double-checking all of his references to become a key witness for this trial, in fact, an expert witness for the trial. And he used close readings of Irving's work and primary archival evidence to show how Irving had misrepresented sources and deliberately skewed the representation of quite recent historical events. Now, in this book, In Defense of History, Evans was arguing for the importance of taking archival evidence seriously and not simply dismissing them in postmodern fashion as literary representations. So it had a very big impact in historical studies. Now, of course, bringing this into the discussion of musicology can be quite challenging. Can we have the next slide, please? And it's been written about since the early 2000s, really at the height of the postmodern or cultural turn in musicology. And Rob Vegman wrote a very influential essay called Historical Musicology, Is It Still Possible? ? In which he proposed a whole series of questions. Why pursue historical musicology at all? Is it still possible? Why aspire to authenticity in performance, to objectivity in historical knowledge? Why converse with imagined others as if they actually had the power to speak to us? It has all been exposed as a fruitless pathological delusion. So he was really asking in this quite humorous and slightly cynical way, can we really know the facts or the data about any given historical event? And of course, I want to just invoke Leo Treitler here, who distinguishes between facts and data in musicological research. And of course, you just simply have to look at the etymology of those words from the Latin to understand the differences that they have. Fact comes from factum, or made, whereas data comes from datum, or given. So really, Treitler was pointing out that facts are already layered with interpretation, and it's the interpretation of these data which are the raw pieces of information. But of course, again, I'm very grateful for the relevance of Dr. Mojaro's presentation a moment ago, where he pointed out that a lot of the Friar Chronicles, for example, from the Philippines, need to be understood as literary texts and representations, and there is much pieces of literature through which we have to find pieces of data. And this can be a very challenging thing for musicologists, to bring these kinds of chronicles within the ambit of global music history. The next slide, please. Just one more quote from Wegman. There are many things for which we cannot forgive traditional musicology: Western hegemony, positivism, objectivism, modernism, metaphysics, essentialism, reification, whatnot. So there's a whole range of different things that have been brought into play. But we are seeing that through primary archival research, coupled with the moves to decolonize the discipline, to decenter the canon, and to make a whole range of diverse voices heard within the study of global musical pasts. Next slide, please. And we see this kind of work reflected in some of these examples of literature that I've just put on the screen. For instance, David Hunter, in his recent biography of George Frederick Handel, he uncovered very unsettling and quite sad evidence of Handel's investment into the slave trade, which really points out how the economics of musical production in 18th century England were really predicated on profits earned from the transatlantic slave trade, which is a really important area for musicologists to focus on. How did musical production in the 18th century profit and gain economically from the exploitation of enslaved people and all of the violence and tragedy that involved? Julia Prest has studied the involvement of people of color in performing Gluck's operas in Haiti in the 18th century. Peter Alsop and Joyce Lindorff have looked at the interaction of European and Chinese music theory and practice in the 18th century in Beijing. You can see that my interests are very much 18th century, as was explained in my biography, but I want to include also here very important 19th century work undertaken by Professor Chua. For example, her book of 2010, Kirill de Bacleon, Año 1826, Hispanic Sacred Music in 19th Century Bohol, and also her amazing PhD dissertation, Composing the Filipino, Music Transculturation and Hybridity in 19th Century Urban Colonial Manila. And this has uncovered so much important information about musicians that we often are unaware of in music historiography because they have been marginalized in the various kinds of studies. So Chua's work has been really instrumental in bringing these voices to light. There's also Ireri Chavez Barcenas and her study of race, identity, and devotion in early modern Pueblo de Los Angeles in Mexico. Next slide, please. Now, despite the concentration on texts, we have to remember that there are other forms of non-textual analysis in play, and this is very important as historical musicologists who've been trained so thoroughly in Western epistemological frameworks of historiography, they really have to engage with ethnomusicological frameworks as well and look at how corporal dimensions and the body come into their study of musical pasts. And I'm especially reminded of the work of Elizabeth Le Guin, who is based at UCLA, who has created the field of what she calls carnal musicology, or the idea of bringing the body into the study of 18th century music. Now, this came out of a study of 18th century European music, in particular Boccherini, but Le Guin's work has gone to many other areas, especially Latin American Baroque music. And in 2007, she wrote a very personal account of her formation and experience as a musicologist and as a graduate student. And she says, "Dazzled by the erudition of my musicological forebears and unnerved by the ferocity of their debates, I felt in choosing a dissertation topic that I had no choice but to retreat into what I knew to be true, however small it might be and however basic. That was my own body and its sensations and reactions through many years' experience as a cellist." And I should mention a Baroque cellist and a musician who plays on period instruments, gut strings, for example, and Baroque bows. So her many years' experience as a cellist was a sort of epistemological bottom line, something which can and should be extensively examined, prodded, interrogated, but which I refused and still refuse to deconstruct or to explode into theoretical generalities. End of quote. Now, of course, there are many differences between our bodies today and bodies as they existed in the early modern world. And I, for one, am a scholar who has concentrated very extensively on the 16th to 18th centuries, when bodies were different, the world was different. The pre-industrial world had many different ways of relating to nature and the environment. And the Industrial Revolution and its aftermath have really transformed the way that bodies relate to the environment in the world today. And of course, this impacts on music. So these are other concerns within global music history. And I suspect that the COVID pandemic will have repercussions in many different ways for practitioners of global music history and for musicologists and musicians in general. And in some ways, there is this retreat back into what people know. There's an emphasis on staying at home and retreating into oneself. There's also great societal challenges, and coupled with decolonization movements at the moment, we see many different kinds of dimensions being brought into play. And of course, the intervention of technology and the mediation of technology in bringing new ideas and debates together and new communities of people together. And I'm mindful, of course, that Benedict Anderson's work has been mentioned many times in the previous session. So we also see creations of new digital imagined communities. But we're living in very pivotal times. Of course, all times are pivotal, but we see changes around us that are having major effects on ourselves and our work, and it will be very interesting to see how these play into global music history as it goes on in through this decade. And I think I will leave it there and open up for discussion. So maraming salamat po, and thank you again for the invitation to speak in this research fortnight. And just the final slide, please. So thank you very much, everyone, and I welcome discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Irving. Indeed, the online transition might not really be a contingency, rather, it might become a norm. as we have seen in many virtual musical performances on social media. We have a reactor to Dr. Irving's lecture. May I now call back on the virtual stage Assistant Professor Chuck Berry J. Pascual, PhD. Chuck?
Thank you, Professor Salvosa. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Irving, for your lecture. I agree with your insights about the importance of archival research and the need to come up with more evidence-rich, source-based critical and interpretative interventions in historical musicology. I say this because it is also an archival study that proved to be pivotal in the development of cultural research in the Philippines. Bienvenido Lumbera's Tagalog Poetry, an incisive study of the poetic tradition of the Tagalogs, culled from Noceda and Sanlucar's Vocabulario de la Lengua Tagala, is considered to have signaled the start of the indigenization movement in Philippine academia. Along with Zu Salazar's Pantayang Pananaw and Virgilio Enriquez's Kolehiyo Pilipino, it helped birth the discipline, which is now called Philippine Studies. But Lumbera's archival study is not without its flaws. In the preface to a later edition, he mentions E. Arsenio Manuel's paper on the Tanaga, which suggests that ancient Tagalog poetry, contrary to what was implied in Lumbera's study, could not have had a fixed stanza form, and that it could have possibly emerged during the period of Spanish colonialism, which makes it a product of the interaction between native and Spanish poetry. And I quote, Manuel's illuminating discussion has made me realize the necessity of relating the pre-colonial history of Tagalog poetry to the present-day oral lore of tribal Filipinos so that a clearer picture of ancient poetry could emerge. I had depended exclusively on the Vocabulario de la Lengua Tagala by Noceda and Sanlucar in reconstructing the features of pre-colonial poetry. Had I availed myself of data gathered by anthropologists and folklorists from contemporary Filipinos whose ancestors had resisted assimilation into the colonial society set up by the Spaniards, I could have provided a deeper and more precise knowledge of poetry before it came into contact with the culture of the colonizers. Lumbera's realization suggests that it is unwise to think of the archive as monolithic, that it is always worth revisiting, and that critical interpretations of archival data can only be enriched when considered in relation to the lens of other disciplines. He actually admitted to having been deeply influenced by new criticism then, which gave him a rigid scientism in approaching his study of poetry. But it is still important to note that Lumbera's decision to study an unlikely source, a vocabulario as a source of poetry, remains a powerful post-colonial act. It may be considered as a continuation of Rizal's annotation of Morga's Sucesos de las Islas Filipinas. However, Lumbera was able to accomplish what he did because he studied in Indiana University in the so-called belly of the beast. And it is no secret that many documents about the Philippines are still housed in foreign libraries, which adds another layer of irony to the term colonial archive. This is not to say that there is a dearth of archival sources in the country. The UST Miguel de Benavides Library, for instance, considered to be the oldest library in the country, has a formidable collection of historical documents. There are also the collections found in the National Museum, the Philippines Heritage Library, among others. But most of these historical documents are in Spanish, and there's only a small number of historians, let alone ordinary Filipinos, who are still fluent in it. Yes, archival study is important, and even if some archives are now available digitally, in a country like the Philippines, the challenges can still be daunting. So the efforts made by local academic presses in making available primary source materials can only be lauded, like Damiana Eugenio's multi-volume Philippine Folk Literature series, the Sugidanon Epics of Panay, published by the University of the Philippines Press, and Alcina's History of the Visayan Peoples, published by the UST Publishing House, among others. Yes, there's a need to go back to the archive and not be enamored with unmoored postmodern interpretations of a limited historical canon. But along with this, perhaps there's also a need to focus our efforts on building our own archive. isang Pilipinong archibo. We can take our cue from the great Isabela de los Reyes, author of El Folklore Filipino, which was described by Resil Mojares as an attempt in the creation of a national archive, and which is actually a hodgepodge of miscellaneous items, reprints of Isabelo's historical and cultural articles, original manuscripts, including a fictional narrative by Isabelo on the irrational workings of the colonial bureaucracy entitled Folklore Administrativo, the poetry of Isabelo's mother, Leona Florentino, the text of the Iloco epic Lamang, and a most diverse range of popular lore. Imperfect as it is, Mojares asserts that Isabelo de los Reyes was able to initiate the creation of a national archive apart from and in opposition to the imperial archive. By locating it in popular knowledge, he poses it against other forms of authority, other kinds of dominant knowledge, including the official elite versions of what the national is. By representing this archive in a half-organized, open-ended form, he reveals, even if this may not have been his intention, the archive's basic instability, the necessary imperfection of a project caught in time between a past that is never fully accessible and complete and a future that is yet to come. It seems to me that De Los Reyes' archive is something that could have been conceptualized and made by Pilandok the trickster. Pilandok, who is a symbol of political protest, and who can also be considered as the master of the double entendre, of the polysemic, of the fictional epiphany that comes with a surprise twist. And why not? For a country that holds the record for having the longest lockdown in the world, or should I say bubble, and is somehow still able to have a sense of humor about it all, surely a reworking of the concept of the archive should be welcome. Yes, all of this despite a raging pandemic. To paraphrase Cruz Lucero, after all, only from the perspective of our local knowledge, replete with the specificities of our local and current histories, can we empathize with the human significance of global phenomena. Thank you. Back to you, Professor Salvosa.
Thank you, Dr. Pascual, for further illuminating Dr. Irving's insights. We shall now begin the open forum with Dr. Irving. I'd like to invite you to type your questions in the comment boxes below on YouTube and Facebook, and we shall read your questions, no? And the questions will appear at the bottom of your screens. So, can we have the first question for Dr. Irving? We have a question from Abby De Leon. Dr. Irving, what is the difference between doing music sociology research and musicology? I did my dissertation documenting music experience of choir singers, but I wasn't using archival materials. Sociology considers this as grounded research. Is there room for this in musicology?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. And it really speaks to the diversity of research into music across the disciplines. I often say that music is really towards the top of the food chain of academic disciplines, because almost every discipline can be said to relate to music in some way. Now, of course, musicology is simply one discipline that looks at music. Sociology also looks at music in the context of how music operates within society. So sociology really has different questions of how networks function or how individuals function with communities, and individual and collective ideas about music. And really, sociology of music is looking at the here and now and the lived experience, and it's looking at interactions. So really, going back to your question is, how does this relate to the global history of music? Can someone put the question back on the screen? Fantastic. Is there room for this in musicology? Well, absolutely. There is room for, well, it already exists within music research. The thing is that sociology of music is one subset of music research. And for example, historical musicology is another, and it's really to do with methodologies. So you've referred to grounded research as a kind of a methodological approach. Ethnomusicology uses in situ field work and relativistic field work as another approach. And historical musicology uses a range of different approaches, and it might, for example, look at archival documents or paleographical approaches to notation and so on. But the thing is that at the moment, a lot of these traditional definitions of disciplinary approaches and their differences are gradually eroding at the edges or even dissolving in some cases when people look at music research as a whole. And there are some scholars, for example, in the UK, who have even called for the idea of musicology as a term to be replaced with a more inclusive label such as music studies. I'm not sure if that's going to happen anytime soon or on a broad level, because musicology is really an established discipline and a field, and it has many societies that use the term musicology in their names. So I don't know if that kind of transformation is going to take place on a large level. But thank you for your question. It's my punchline to the answer is really that it's to do with methodological approaches, and it's very important in your writing simply to lay out at the beginning of any study your methodological approaches and how it relates to the different disciplinary subfields. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Irving. I think we have a couple of comments from Professor Renato Lucas. Great to see you again, Dr. David. And then Dean Africa. Thank you, David Irving, for your wonderful lecture.
Thank you, Dina.
And I think we have a couple of questions here. One from Picha Benaventura. Greetings, I am Picha Benaventura from the USC Graduate School. Currently, there's a rise of digital avenues for accessing original source materials, especially during this pandemic situation. However, not all Philippine music education studies are available online. What will be the advisable step to do if the literature needed for our research is not yet digitized?
Thank you so much. That's one of the most important questions to come out of this context at the moment, given that we're all relying so much more on digitized materials. I'd like to begin by thanking Dr. Chuck Berry Pascual for his wonderful response to my presentation. I want to add also that I'm a great fan of Lumbera's work on Tagalog poetry, and in fact, his book was one of my earliest inspirations into looking into vocabularios as sources of ethnographic information from the past. But in particular, I want to quote Dr. Pascual in his mention about the irony of the colonial archive, of archives actually being dispersed all over the world, and the importance of, as he says, building our own archive. So the idea of building an archive of primary source materials, which I think is absolutely essential. Now, on a practical level, this needs to take many forms. First of all, there's simply the logistics of networking kinds of resources that are already available and creating sets of links to resources that are already available. But in the case of archival or published materials that are not yet digitized, there are some steps that need to be taken. And the steps are to do with that very murky area of copyrights. And sometimes copyright can be murky, sometimes it can be absolutely clear as day. There need to be some very plain questions asked to copyright holders. Is it possible to digitize this? Is it possible to share it? Who can do the scanning and who can do the digitizing? And so really there are these questions that need to be asked. We've seen that Google Books has done wonderful work in digitizing so much material. But of course, the way that works that are in copyright redact certain parts of their texts it has an impact on us as scholars because we end up quoting what's available to us on the screen. I mean, I'm just saying that we all do it. We find what information we can, and what we can't, we have to wait until we can see it. So on a practical level, I would suggest trying to find out who has published a particular source, and then trying to find out who holds the copyright and these sorts of things. I also think that these kinds of steps often have a lot more weight behind them when they're taken collectively or via a society or an institution. There are so many questions in play, but I think over the past year we have seen a lot of very altruistic forms of accessibility. I know that JSTOR, for example, and many journals have made a lot of in-copyright resources available because of the challenges of the pandemic and because of the challenges of people simply not being able to access materials. So I wish you very good luck with those steps. I think that it's definitely an avenue of activity that is best undertaken through a society, and I think it will be an excellent way of building a new Archivo Filipino. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Irving. I think we have another question from Dr. Lucas. He says, kindly enlighten us on performance research.
Okay, so performance research, it really depends what we mean by that. There are many ways in which performance research can be approached. I was referring mostly in my talk, simply because of my own interests, I was referring mostly to the idea of historical performance practice or historically informed performance, which is the idea of people approaching what has been called, at least in the Western context, early music. That is music that is played on instruments or sung with vocal techniques very different from conventional classical music techniques taught in conservatories and music departments. So, for example, I play the violin. This would be the case of using older forms of strings, plain gut strings, raw gut strings, as opposed to the kinds of metal strings that you can buy in a shop or synthetic strings. And this is part of what has been called the early music movement, and that's a whole other history. I won't go into that now because you can find a lot of very good resources online to give a quick explanation of that, and very full explanations as well. Performance studies as well. I mean, there's a whole raft of approaches that can range from cognitive psychological approaches to performance that can also look at the history of recorded sound and how performance can be examined through the analysis of recorded sound. There's also very physiological approaches to performance, looking at musculoskeletal actions and also the various physical disorders that instrumentalists or vocalists can develop over the course of many years of producing music. So performance studies really has a huge range of approaches, and of course I'm referring to music. Outside music, there are performance studies areas in dance and drama and many other areas besides. So I would suggest looking at some very good guides, for example, published by Oxford University Press or Cambridge University Press, to introductions to performance studies. You can easily Google those. And hopefully some of those will be available online as well. But thank you for the question. That's a really great question.
Okay, I think we have a final question from Ms. Remedios Catherine Consunhi. How could archival data research be of help on a study on performance practice tradition, especially if said research is directed to tracing the evolution of piano technique?
Fantastic. That's a really great question. Thank you. And I assume from the question that you are probably a pianist and you're researching this question. So again, we have to look at these terms. We say, first of all, what do we mean by archives or archival research? And actually, that's something now that I wish I had brought up in the presentation. An archive does not merely mean written materials. In this case, and I will answer the question in just a moment, in this case it will refer to written materials because I think that's what you're asking about. But an archive in general, a building can be an archive, a body can be an archive. An archive is a repository of information, essentially. And it's often a repository of information for which it's often a repository of information that is not yet known and for which people don't have fresh memories or living memories of discussing. But going to your question about piano technique, the piano, as we know, is an instrument that for which the first prototype was built in 1700 by Cristofori. And some of his early pianos survive from the 1720s. And of course, the harpsichord and the piano coexisted for the whole 18th century. But really towards the end of the 18th century, the piano became very, very popular because it could play loud and soft. And that's where the name comes from, forte piano or pianoforte. And around the playing of the instrument and the teaching of the instrument, there emerged many texts. These are called treatises or treatises, depending on how people pronounce it. And these treatises are really instruction manuals or how-to books of how to play the piano or how to teach yourself the piano. And there are many examples of these. For example, Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, the son of J.S. Bach, wrote a very large book called The True Art of Essay on the True Art of Playing of Keyboard Instruments. And there are many others besides. I can refer you to an excellent website if you have a pen ready or can type. It's imslp.org. And this is the International Music sorry, I always refer to it IMSLP, the International Music Score Library Project. And this contains facsimile PDFs of the International Music Score Library Project, yes. It contains PDFs of all of these historic materials, including treatises and books. Now, besides published material, there's also manuscript material. There are letters and descriptions of performances. So really, I would suggest that if you want to look into research of this area, that you start with the Grove Dictionary of Music and Musicians or Oxford Music Online, and just look up the article Pianoforte. And this will give you some guidelines of the kinds of texts that were produced, not only in the 18th century, but also in the 19th century and 20th centuries. But you can also begin to look online and find, there are complete lists of treatises. It's in the realm of historical performance practice, which I just referred to, the part of the early music movement. There are very, very comprehensive lists of all of the archival documents that refer to techniques on many different instruments. And so I wish you all the best with your research, and that's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Irving, for answering the questions from our viewers. And I would like to thank our viewers for actively participating during the open forum. We will now award the certificates to our guest speaker and reactor. The certificate reads, the University of Santo Tomas, Office of the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation and the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and the Humanities, ARCICA, award this Certificate of Appreciation to Professor David R. M. Irving, PhD, and Assistant Professor Chuck Berry J. Pascual, PhD, guest speaker and reactor, respectively, for their valuable contribution. During the Diskurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo, Filosofia, Historia, Literatura, of the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and the Humanities of the University of Santo Tomas. On the 25th of March in the year of our Lord 2021, the 500th year of the arrival of Christianity in the Philippines. Signed, Associate Professor Maria Alexandra I. Chua, PhD, Director, Arsica. May I now call on our Research Director, Dr. Sandy Chua, to give a message of thanks.
Oh, thank you. I just want to thank, no, I wish to thank Dr. David Irving for a noted musicologist and, of course, a very good friend for accepting our invitation to be with us today, especially in our first Diskurso Saliksik sa Kolehiyo. I look forward to more opportunities of collaboration with you and the center, and you know what that collaboration would be. And to Dr. Chuck Berry Pascual for giving his insightful response. Here it reveals that research perspectives as well as methodologies really intersect disciplines. So I'm very grateful to everyone who was part of the organization team of this first Diskurso sa Liksik. Thank you so much to everyone. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Dr. Chua. To briefly recap this afternoon's event, we have seen in the philosophy panel how philosophical concepts like general consistency, deontology, utilitarianism discussed by Doctors Montana and Cortez can help us navigate the new moral dilemmas presented by the pandemic and the virtual world that has intensified as a result. This pandemic requires solidarity, empathy, and kindness, something that we can see or experience from animals, as argued by Dr. Matienzo. This pandemic has somehow forced us to look inward and back to the past, especially as we mark 500 years of Christianity and the victory in Mactan this year. Episodes in our history show stories of tragedy and betrayal, victory and defeat, as in the case of presidential electoral history, as retold by Dr. Resos and Professor Arbela. Courage against adversity in the case of Datu Tating and the Moros, as shown by Dr. Deviana's study, and friendship between two nations, the Philippines and Korea, forged in the Korean War, which endures to this day and has found new expressions. Fortunately, Dr. Atutubo was able to get the oral histories of Filipino fighters sent to the Korean Peninsula before they fade away into history. We can say that religion has seen a resurgence in our parallel virtual world, with masses and other liturgies finding a new home on social media, and as seen in Dr. Urquiola's study, popular rituals like the Traslacion, which has created physical and online networks, are no exception. And religion, the Christian religion, grew deep roots and has lasted for half a millennium because of the labors of Spanish missionaries, as shown by the Dominican Chronicles presented to us by Dr. Mojaro's archival research. Finally, Dr. Irving tells us that while there may be significant limitations, the pandemic presents tremendous opportunities for research in global music history, as well as the potential for music to reach more people through digital technologies and the online platform. Research may have slowed down, but it has not taken the backseat. Research will adapt and flourish, and this forum is a manifestation of that. At this point, may I now call on the Dean of the UST Conservatory of Music, Professor Antonio Africa, PhD, to deliver the closing remarks.
Good evening to all. I wish to thank Dr. David Irving for sharing with us his time, experience, and knowledge in his lecture, Researching Global Music History during the time of COVID-19. This pandemic has brought crippling effects to us all, academicians and researchers alike. Teachers had a swift shift to virtual teaching, and I am sure for most researchers, doing fieldwork to gather data was also put to a halt. The lecture provides a new horizon to the traditional way, giving us more ways to continue with the essential task of research. This pandemic does not stop us from making our contribution to new knowledge in music. Once again, our appreciation and gratitude, Dr. Irving, for this afternoon's lecture. And to the attendees, thank you for your participation. Let us all keep ourselves safe always. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean Africa. Before anything else, please do not forget to accomplish the evaluation form to get an e-certificate after the event. The link to the evaluation form will be emailed to all registered participants. Each e-certificate will have a QR code. This is not for contact tracing, but this is for validity of the e-certificate. And so we have now come to the end of our research forum. May I invite the viewers and participants to join our Lord in His presence for the closing prayer to be led by Ms. Kim Banyadera, RCCA staff, after which we will sing together the UST hymn.
Let us prepare ourselves for the closing prayer. Let us pray. Loving Father, we thank you for the success of our research fortnight. We pray that this event may serve as a catalyst to move us forward and cause us to advance and see growth in all areas of our lives. Steer our hearts and minds as we continue our journey in living fruitfully for your greater glory. This we ask as we pray. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.